work around
committees.
differentiating the
Yes.
roles and responsibilities, why we
Yes.
call it one versus the other.
Yeah. And I looked at some information online to see, kind of understand that, because I didn't really
Yeah.
understand that, and we could use it or not use it, and whatever the council wants, so.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, I'll just kind of walk you through generally what's in here without going through specifics or wordsmithing anything. So, starting with the introduction, we have the authority, and really just talks about that the city council, generally creates these boards, unless, I think I've added in here, they're referred to in the charter, state law, or through intergovernmental agreements. Interestingly enough, the charter does refer to one board. Carrie? What is it now? It's like the purchasing board. What's it called again? As a city council, it refers to I can't remember. When we created our purchasing policy, it talked about the city council acting as the
Procurement board?
I can't remember what it's called. I know it's not in here yet. So, anyways, that was a new one to me, and so anyway. So what I've tried to identify is the different types of volunteer groups, and this is really coming from other cities. So standing committees, I think that's what we traditionally think of our committees that we have today. These are permanent committees. Ad hoc committees, which is for a specific purpose. Once it's done, the committee is disbanded. A steering committee, similar to an ad hoc, but it usually is comprised of experts and stakeholders. So steering committee, maybe a good example of that would be the comprehensive plan committee. An ad hoc committee, I don't know, was there a committee on like the prom centennial or something like that, or?
There was an ad hoc committee on the old church at one point.
Oh,
Yes,
really?
there
Okay.
was.
Okay, good example. And then council work groups. This is something I saw some other cities have. I'll leave this to you if you want this, and that is the council can create a work group consisting of 3 council members if you want them to work on something specifically. So let's say you wanted to create a subgroup of 3 of you to go through this policy in more detail than the rest. You have that option to create that. So
I assume you chose 3 on there so that there wouldn't be a quorum involved.
yeah. Okay, so definitions. Since that's come up, let's talk about what I put in here. So boards typically have decision-making authority and oversee specific functions or areas within the city. They often have quasi-judicial role and can make binding decisions. Commissions serve primarily as advisory bodies to the city council, providing recommendations and insights on policy matters. They may have some decision-making authority, but are generally focused on advising the council.
So is our planning commission misnamed?
No, because I think planning commission's consistent, but they do both. They do recommending and they make some binding decisions.
Yeah, they do.
And then you have committees formed to address specific tasks or projects, either on an ongoing basis, standing committee, or for a limited duration, ad hoc committees. They provide detailed analysis and recommendations on specific issues. Committees have no decision-making authority.
So they recommend to the council.
Now, I will say, the exception to that would be if you choose to include something in their bylaws specific to that, but that's up to the council.
So I'm looking at the definition of boards and knowing how our library board works. Our library board is not a decision-making authority, but maybe we want to give them
Sure
a
it is.
decision.
On certain issues.
No, I'll tell you, the board members on the library board do not make the decisions. They're advisory to the library director.
So on the book reconsideration, who made the decision on that?
They made a
They
recommendation
made a
to the library
recommendation.
director.
Mhm.
But that may be something we want to look at when we do the policies, because
And
if
also see what-
if the library director has already made the decision to put it in circulation, maybe it is better, like an appeal, to have the committee make hear the appeal rather than a recommendation back to the person who
Maybe
originally
original
put it in there,
decision,
yeah. So,
And making the recommendation, because I can tell you as, in the past, when library policies have been changed or updated, it's always been the library director bringing it to the board for their advice, for them to, they change, they may make suggestions, but they don't approve it.
correct.
They send it here.
So, and this may be a case where they may not meet our definition of a board, but because the State Library Association says you have to have a library board, we're following their lead on that, and we can address that in the individual bylaws.
And you're saying words like typically and primarily.
Yeah.
And, you know, those kind of things. So you're not setting it down, you know, verbatim. This is what is specific to every one of them.
I think part of this I had in mind also is if we created new committees, this gives us a little bit of guidelines on what we should call them. And then the last statement here is, for the purposes of this policy, the terms boards, commissions, and committees will collectively be referred to as committees to improve clarity and conciseness. So then we have committee bylaws, and so the purpose of this is that each committee will have their own bylaws set by ordinance. And they'll outline their powers, duties, membership requirements that if they're unique to that individual one. So like our airport committee, I think we have a Gearhart representative on there. We have some other committees that have the option if you're in the urban growth boundary but not in the city. And there may be opportunities in the future where you don't want a resident, you want an expert matter, maybe you want an architect on it. Or something like that to provide some expertise.
It's on that appeals board that we have.
Yeah, that one, I think we said anywhere in the county or something like that. I think later in here, under membership, I added the possibility that you could appoint a business owner, someone who owns a business in the city, or someone that operates a business or a nonprofit in the city. And so that may be something you want to consider. And that may be something you want to consider for
We have
individual
that
ones.
already
Some of
in
those,
some of them.
right,
Yeah, some of them, you just have to own a business, or actually even just work for a business in the
Yeah.
city.
And
So-
that might be something that we also want to look at, because again, the recommendations, et cetera, are coming to the city council, and this is really representing the taxpayers, not just residents, but the people who are paying the taxes.
Sure.
So if you live in Astoria or 𝗨𝗪𝗁 and you work here, I don't know how well you're representing the taxpayers.
But if you are a business
But if
owner.
you own a business, yeah,
Pay
then,
taxes to us.
yes.
Yeah.
that's-
TAC has some very interesting requirements for the members as well. It has to do with different industries and what they work in.
Yeah, and that's
Yes.
to try to
Yes.
get some diversity and,
Those are the things that we'll look at.
yeah.
And then the other thing to look at is if they own a business, but they're not, they don't live in the city, et cetera, you don't want to end up with a majority of your committee
Sure.
not having
Yeah.
a direct interest in the city.
So I go through here, the process of drafting bylaws. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
There's one if we limit it to taxpayers, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what's being said, whether that's,
Residents
Property taxes.
residents and taxpayers.
okay, because otherwise we're excluding
Yeah.
renters and.
Right.
that-
Yeah, in some ways you could look at renters as the same as a business owner. They may not pay property taxes
They may not.
directly, but a renter pays property taxes through the rent they pay. A business owner or someone who manages a business is paying property taxes through the business or, something like
And the
that.
renters are gonna be residents, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
they're more than likely gonna apply that way anyway.
So I'm getting tripped up on the wording. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's good.
So I go through here that each of the bylaws will dictate membership requirements, especially where they're more specific than the general ones. Again, powers and duties, meeting frequency. And then I put on here review of committee purpose. And so I've added a section that talks about at least every 2 years, the council will review each of the committees and determine what was the original intent of the committee, and does that need still exist today? So I think instead of just doing things because we've always done them, we should be reevaluating and say, do we still want to continue this? What I wouldn't want to do is add lots of other committees and just growing those committees. And I do think that some committees have a place where maybe in the past we haven't had staff, and then staff is added, and maybe the committee isn't needed as much, or the purpose of the committee changes. Less from doing things to advising and things like that. Okay, membership. So this is just a general thing that it talks about memberships. Let's see. And it talks about their expectations. So qualifications, relevant knowledge and history. Let's see. Yeah, specific variable qualifications. So if we need different qualifications for different committees or different expertise within the committee, there's an opportunity for that. I put on here that city employees should not be members of committees. That they should be working and collaborating with the community, so gathering public input and things like that. So they are also not just representing a personal view. And I put a minimum age requirement. Residency, that's what we're talking about. So first of all, city residency, then I put on here consideration of non-residents, business owners, local business, nonprofit, government representations, and professionals with relevant backgrounds may also be considered for membership. This allows inclusion of individuals who, while not residents, have significant ties to the community and can provide valuable insights and expertise. I think that would go down on a committee by committee basis. And then there may be some more specific residency requirements at some point. There may be, you want a committee member from each ward or something like that. Then I put on here serving on multiple committees. So I'm recommending that no individual serve on more than one committee. And I've put a couple of exceptions on here, and these are for the ones that don't meet as often. And so if there are other ones I've missed, which I probably have, so the exception would be the Budget Committee, Improvement Commission, or other ad hoc or steering committees. But the idea is you don't serve on the Parks Board and the Convention Center or other things like that.
What's the current policy?
2.
And you can't be chair of more than one.
So this is for your discussion and consideration. I think part of this is to try to get more people involved. Now, I can also understand if we're struggling to get people on a committee and we have someone interested, maybe there's a provision for, including someone on a second board if no other qualified candidates present themselves or something like that. So.
Or the possibility that maybe this person has that special expertise for this board, but also could serve on a regular kind of board. I don't know.
So I'll leave that for a future council discussion. So terms of office. So I put on here that the committees are for 4-year terms, that they're staggered. So like the city council, half is appointed in one time, and the other half is appointed 2 years later, and that that they are appointed at different times of the year. I looked at one city and they had all of their committees expired at the end of a calendar year. So every 4 years, all of the committees happen. I'm like,
And that's not it.
no. So I want to spread them out throughout the year and really throughout a 2-year window. And so let's say we were creating these all from scratch. We might appoint one committee for half of them for 4-year and half of them for 2-year terms, and another committee for 3-year and 1 year or something like that, just to get some variance of
Let me-
when they're
Let me ask you
appointed.
this, at least as a point of discussion, perhaps there's some sort of, by having it all done at one time, it gives people an opportunity, this is your time to be on boards and commissions, these are the ones that are available to apply for, and then you're not having to deal with it every 3 months or different one, and people having to wait and figuring out when this one's ready, this one's not. I mean,
I'd still do half and half at least, you know, your 2-year term, your 2-year term, whatever. So you never have your
Full
whole
turnover.
board turning over.
Right, no, I
But-
agree
but I can
staggering the members
You know,
on there, but as far as
If this is
when.
the season to, this is the 2 months that we're doing board appointments, that is a way that many cities do it.
Option to discuss.
Yep.
You are still gonna have, you know, to deal with it throughout the year, because people will step down and.
Yeah,
Right.
people will step
Various
down,
reasons.
and I was gonna address that, is that what you don't wanna have happen is if somebody steps down midstream and somebody else is appointed, they don't start a brand-new 4-year
Right.
term. They're filling out the rest of that term, so that you keep on, everything on the same track.
So one thing I could throw out there that my last city did, I don't know if it was good or bad, we didn't have as much trouble with filling vacancies, but for all of their committees, if I were to convert it to here, is every committee would be 7 members, and each counselor gets to choose someone to be on the committee, similar to what you do for the Improvement Commission. So it was the counselor's responsibility to go find someone, but also if we had an application come in and I think they had 2 spots for every committee, but they only had a council of 5. So they were, I think, 10 on each committee. And so an individual, a counselor may have 1 or 2 vacancies. So if an application came in, it would say, hey, Councilor Montero or Councilor Morrissey, you've got a vacancy. Are you interested in nominating or appointing one of these 2? So I throw that out there. I don't know if it's good, bad, or
It's
ugly,
worth
but.
discussing, so.
So I go through how we announce vacancies, how we do recruitment, how we make our selections and appointments. And this one, I think we've kind of refined that recently. And so I've kind of patterned it after we currently do. Same with the reappointment. So a couple things, when we know a term is expiring, I've put on here that we start making the announcements and doing the recruiting in advance, so that by the time someone's term is expired, we're either ready to appoint someone else or reappoint them.
Even
And
if
I
they
wanna-
wanna be reappointed.
Yeah,
they're still free.
I think we should also look at no automatic reappointing. If you want to be reappointed, you still have to
Yeah.
fill out an application. You still have to go through the interview process, because in the meantime, when you've been on the board, the council, some counselors may have changed.
Sure.
And it gives everybody an opportunity to discuss even more.
There's a wording confusion on number 4 there. It says eligibility after term expiration, but that's after term limit. It should be eligibility after term limit expiration. Because we're using it as, the term is 4 years, and then eligibility after you've timed out.
Yeah, thanks. So,
And I haven't had the chance, does it say that you can only do so many terms?
two
yeah,
terms.
2 terms.
Sequentially?
And currently,
Yes.
we have no restriction on
That's
the amount of.
So this would say that you can reapply after a 2-year break, or you can be considered for a different committee.
So that's 2 sequential terms.
Yeah, so that's 8 years.
That's
Right,
Yeah.
maybe
You
we should
could
add
serve-
sequential in there under 1 in reappointments. Serve up to 2 sequential terms at the discretion of the council.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I like that, that's kind of creative. You can serve 2 terms here, and if you still want to serve, you can serve on a different committee, but you have to
And
have a
that would be-
2-year
That would be one
break.
benefit of having them
I
all
like
come up
that.
at once.
Yes, you're
too,
right,
is
you're
somebody
right.
can switch over to another.
So one thing we don't really have some of the addresses, and that is removal of
Yes.
committee members.
Well, we do, but we haven't used it very
Sure.
well.
So I outlined exactly who has the authority, that a majority of a committee can request removal to the city
I think that's
council.
a good idea.
That a council or staff liaison one of their responsibilities is monitoring, and if they observe that a member is violating the rules, that they have a duty to inform the council, and so the council can take up the issue. And they have grounds for removal. I mean, it's pretty comprehensive. It's misconduct, non-performance, conflict of interest, incapacity, disruption of, that would be incapacity. I took out the word death because I was like, that's too morbid, but disruption of committee work, counter to council goals, and violation of these policies. So the disruption of work and counter to council goals, again, this goes back to, they're an advisory body to you, so they shouldn't be your adversary. So if they're actively working against what the council wants, that should be
Addressing issues outside the committee's purview.
Yeah.
I do have a little concern about just a majority being able to remove someone, but I'm sure we're gonna have that.
So it's a majority required to make a recommendation to the council, and then the council votes, yeah.
I know you talk about attendance later, but it also is a grounds for removal, right? According to
Yes.
Later sections, you might wanna.
Yeah, I think I need to refer it either only in one place or in the right place, so yes. Yeah, right below, it talks about attendance and absences. There was some consistency through other ones, and so the expectations that you attend, I think it says in here, basically 3 consecutive meetings or 5 meetings in a year is grounds for removal, unexcused, yeah. And I put in a definition of
An
unexcused.
awful lot to be able to miss.
When you're only there once a month,
The
sometimes.
airport
Yeah.
committee is only every other month, so you can't miss
And
5 out of 6.
that's where
You
we,
could miss all year.
that's where you can get more
It might
specific.
change by
You get more
laws.
specific in the bylaws.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
So, under roles and responsibilities, I have the expectations of committee members, their powers and duties. And so again, they're advisory in nature. They can only make decisions when delegated to them by ordinance or resolution of the council, or when required by state law. Talk about quasi judicial role that some committees will have. Advisory and volunteer work, these committees advise and make recommendations to the council regardless of regarding the topics. And again, public engagement.
They can't commit, city money expenditures.
Yeah,
Compared
that would be
to-
that unless the council designated them, because that's not
Well,
advisory.
yeah, you could say unless designated. I mean, the council could say you have up to $1,000 to do this project or
Sure.
whatever.
So does under 5, the last bullet point, violation of policies, city policies.
Where are you?
So if they don't meet that section 4 under expectations, does that clearly define that's a reason for being removed?
Yeah, because I think goes back to, violation of policies, breaching the committee's bylaws, city policies, or other relevant regulations. Again, you can take that, use your best judgment as to.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that these items down here are reasons for
So
being removed.
this is all about the committee. We've talked a little bit about council, and I, of course, haven't been able to read all of it, but is there somewhere in here that talks about relationship
Yeah.
of city
Let me keep going. How
employees?
much?
Yes, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
2 minutes, okay. So we get through committee positions, so I've defined the role of the chair. I've also put on here the chair, they have to be elected each year. They cannot serve more than 2 consecutive 1-year terms, have their responsibilities.
And I would say that we could even say what month of the year you elect your chair, so that, to make sure that everybody
Sure.
does that.
That could be the start of the terms or in January or something like that.
January.
Vice chair, and then some regulate, if the chair and vice chair aren't there and you still have a quorum, you can designate someone to be the temporary. City council liaison, so, each year the mayor appoints a council liaison to each committee. Their purpose of the liaison is to provide direct line of communication between the committee and the council, meeting attendance and participation. Council liaisons attend committee meetings, participate in discussions, and provide updates on council activities and decisions. Neutrality and influence. Council liaisons should be careful not to influence the committee's recommendations towards their own personal point of view. They should ensure not to dominate the discussion and allow the committee to come to their own conclusions and recommendations. They do not vote. I think to me, it makes sense because it's gonna come back to you anyways,
Yes, it
to
should.
vote. And then representation, the city council may not speak for the council on any items the council's not made a formal determination on. Staff liaisons, so we talked about, that we want appointed to each. They assist in the functions, they don't vote. So going through here, it's general, they provide technical advice and assistance, housekeeping, notifications, really things to do with reporting and posting of agendas, minutes, and things like that.
Who's setting the agenda?
So I think I say on here, it's the role of the chairperson, and then later under the staff liaison that they assist in the preparing of the agenda.
So see, in some of our, some of the committees, they're really advisors to the staff.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And in some of the committees, the staff is their support person.
I'm not-
So we really need to be clear on each one of those, because if they're advising the staff, then that agenda should be done by the chair and the staff person together.
So, and I think that we will address that when we go through the individual ones.
Okay.
But my intent for this, my recommendation is be that they're not advisory to staff, they're advisory to council. They're serving your needs, and so that may necessitate some changes in some of them.
So they can't direct the work of the staff.
Correct.
They can't tell the staff,
Yeah.
you're gonna do this.
Unless the council's authorized it. So like on the TAC, if the council says you will make the decisions on the TAC grants, then they direct the staff of the programs that way, but only because they've been authorized. Then I have some things on relationship with city council and staff. So again, they can make, just talks about really making sure that they're within their scope of their work. Meetings, so we talk about open meetings, public records, agendas and minutes, all meetings are open, all the records are public records. I mean, some of this is in state law, some of this is already in city code, but more than a policy, this is also an understanding for them, so they don't have to go searching elsewhere for it.
Should you put something in here that talks about the most recent legislation that says that they're responsible for getting the training on open meetings law as well?
Yes, yes. And if it's not already in here, that annually, every member of every committee, commission, blah, 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 has to sign a conflict of interest statement.
So I read in some of the other cities, I don't know if they're just out of date, where they only said, they specified which ones had to do that, but that's something to look into. Is it all or?
I would say it's
Or-
all, because if you're sitting on a committee and there's something going on and
But
it
if you're
can
not making
ben-
decisions.
Yeah, but-
Actually, the state law says you're a public official if you make recommendations to the city council.
Yeah, as far as
Yeah.
open meetings
Yes,
stuff,
and,
yeah.
and conflict of interest.
All right, we've got 7 minutes left. So recording of meetings, quorum, we've designated what a quorum is, what to do if you don't have a quorum. Electronic meetings, general guidelines. Again, normally all committee meetings shall be held in person, that's the rule. But then I've followed that up with our electronic meetings policy that says it can be done virtually if needed, and it goes through that process of,
And we probably shouldn't make virtual attendance for committees more expansive than for.
so the
council.
current electronic meetings policy already applies to all committees.
Got it.
So that's why this provides some direction to them, but refers back to that policy. So we've got some procedures for how to conduct a meeting, the agenda, the order of business, that you have to, the recognition, you run everything through the chair, you don't, just like you guys do, you don't talk to each other. The chair needs to recognize speakers. There's an opportunity for public comment.
Which is now required by law.
That we assign follow-up group tasks. This is just, some of this is advice. Let's define the issues, stay focused, and then to clarify and enforce ground rules. So this next part is significant work plan. So the goal here is that each committee will develop an annual work plan They will come to you with a recommendation on a work plan, their own thoughts. They will also come to you at the same time and provide an accounting of what they've done the last year. And then this is where the city council will kind of give them their marching orders for next year. So their focus should be on what you've asked them to do this year, plus any more routine things that you've delegated to them in their bylaws.
So explain to me what time of year we would be developing their work plans. Would it be after our goal setting? Because it's saying here the council is developing it for them.
That makes sense. It could also be if the Parks Committee, if we're gonna have them all, or half of them come up every other April, maybe it's prior to that or just after that or something like that. I don't know if, while these should tie back to council goals, the scope of what they're talking about is much broader than your specific goals. So it needs to be in alignment, but not specifically tied to them unless there is a specific goal.
So like it's something that we need to add to our agenda for work sessions or whatnot to develop the work plans for these.
Schedule a year out.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems that if they did a year-end report that also includes, this is what we anticipate we need, or the city needs for next year, that's everybody's, we do our goals, and then we're giving them their marching orders.
And part of this is,
7 or 8 more work sessions.
Oh,
and
hey.
it doesn't even
Hopefully
necessarily
we can
need to be a work session, it can be in a regular meeting too, because our work sessions get gobbled up. Let me go through, I have a section on ethics and accountability, so again, I know it's referenced elsewhere, but we got conflict of interest, being respectful, when they can and can't do any political campaigning, basically when they're acting in their official role. Yes. I have a section on training, so each committee member gets an orientation and it covers what's covered there. And then there's other, we want them to have abilities to develop expertise.
It'd be a basic committee member's handbook.
So we want to encourage the council chair and the staff liaison to work together to identify training opportunities. I'm not saying we're sending every committee to a conference, but bring in people to speak or incorporate trainings as part of the meetings. Fundraising. So they are prohibited from unauthorized fundraising. They can only do it as authorized by the city council. And if they are authorized, it talks about, let's see, that basically all the funds have to come to the city, that they can only be used for the things they're authorized for, and it talks about accounting and oversight, that basically the finance director of the city has responsibility for oversight, so they can't have their own checkbooks, their own bank accounts, anything like that.
Their own pockets.
They come into the city accounts like any other revenues of the city. And then last section is communicating with outside agencies, general public, committee members, and news media, that basically they shouldn't be doing that unless authorized by the city council. And that really the only communication would be from the chair representing the entire committee back to the city council.
On something that's been voted on and approved.
Yes. And that they can't use, this is an important one, city logo, stationery, or things like that without, I think I put my approval, because I don't want something going rogue out
And you
there.
probably need
Okay.
something in there about doing their own newsletter.
So there's plenty of things to go through here.
Wow.
Please do.
Next step.
So next steps, I would say, two next steps. One, each of you start working with your committees to review their current bylaws, their powers and duties, and come up with a written recommendation to come back to the city council. And two, start making a list of the items in here. Instead of going through line by line like we did with the council policies, I'd rather say, what topics in here do you think you want to specifically address? And if you have specific questions or obvious things like we pointed out today, send them my way and I can put them in here, track changes so we can all see them.
Most of the committees do not have bylaws right now, so it's not reviewing.
Well, they all have an ordinance that defines their powers and duties. And that's really what I mean is
maybe.
What's in the ordinance?
Maybe, a sort of a standard set of questions to ask at our committees in terms of
Sure.
how often you think we should meet, you know, whether it really stems out.
So I will put together for each of you, your individual, the ordinance, which includes the current power and duties and a set of questions. Feel free to develop the questions from there. I'll also send it to the staff liaison so they can be contemplating the same thing.
Wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of work.
A lot of
We're
work. It's good.
Call the city council meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, indivisible, with
Kim, please call the roll.
Mayor. Counselor McVeigh.
Here.
Counselor Montero.
Present.
Counselor 𝗨𝗨𝗁𝗁𝗍𝗃.
Here.
Counselor Hoffman.
Here.
Counselor 𝗨𝗻𝗱𝗁𝗁𝗍𝗃.
Here.
Council President Morrissey.
Here.
Mayor Wright.
Here.
Thank you.
I have a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Council President Morrissey, Councilor McVeigh. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We have two proclamations tonight, two very important groups for our city. First one up is proclamation for National Police Week. We have our chief here. Is he being called out? Oh, here he comes. Yeah. There, are we still having issues with video and all that? Okay.
Well, just one camera.
Just one camera, yeah.
Everything is
Okay. Folks, when you come up, normally the mic is over here, but today it's over there so we can get you on camera.
I don't need to be on camera.
Yes, you do.
Is the mic
Welcome,
working?
Chief.
Thanks. Yeah, so this week is Police Week, and it's a national annual reoccurrence of recognizing the law enforcement and the officers lost their lives over the years due to line of duty deaths. And so Washington, D.C. is having their big national Police Week celebration, memorials, vigils, and all that over there. So we've been sending somebody since Jason Gooding died, the employees that were here at the time of his death. And so this year we have Sergeant Vaughn attending the cops conference, and then the vigil and Capitol Memorial and everything. So we're happy to have been able to send him, and thank you for the proclamation tonight.
Thank you. Council President Morrissey is going to read it.
Thank you. Proclamation to recognize National Police Week 2025 and to honor the service and sacrifice of those law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty while protecting our communities and safeguarding our democracy. Whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the Seaside Police Department. And whereas since the first recorded death in 1786, there are currently 24,067 law enforcement officers in the United States that have made the ultimate sacrifice and have been killed in the line of duty, including Sergeant Jason Gooding with the Seaside Police Department. And whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C. And whereas fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial this spring, including 147 officers killed in 2024. And whereas the service and sacrifice of all officers killed in the line of duty will be honored during the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial 37th Candlelight Vigil on the evening of May 13th, 2025. And whereas the Candlelight Vigil is part of National Police Week, which will be observed this year, May 11th through 17th, and May 15th is designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day. In honor of all the fallen officers and their families, and U.S. flags should be flown at half-staff. Now therefore, Steve Wright, the mayor of the City of Seaside and the state of Oregon, call upon all citizens and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 11th through 17th, 2025 as National Police Week, and call upon all our citizens to make every effort to express appreciation to those men and women who are willing to sacrifice their lives. Be it further resolved that we invite all citizens to reflect on and remember all who lost their lives in service and will forever be remembered for their ultimate sacrifice. In witness thereof, the mayor has hereunto set his hand and caused the seal of the City of Seaside to be affixed this 12th day of May, 2025.
Thank you, Seth. It's also National Public Works Week. And I've asked Spencer to introduce this one.
I'll introduce this, but I'll also ask our Public Works Director.
Oh,
Just made
he
it
is
to
there.
come up
Oh,
and
okay.
add anything
Great.
to what I say. So this is a great opportunity for us to recognize Public Works. It's great that we recognize our police officers as well tonight, but I will say our Public Works Department do not necessarily have the shiny uniforms, or they're not as noticeable or prominent within the community, but they really do play an essential service in our community. They're making sure our water's running and it's clean, the sewer is treated, that our roads are maintained, our parks are maintained, and they do some of the most difficult work within the community, and they do not get the same love that others get or attention. So it's a great opportunity for us to recognize them, appreciate them. I think the one other thing I'd say is that they play an outsized role within our emergency management. During disasters and responses to disasters, again, we'll see the fire and police out, but the reconstruction, getting the city back into a situation where we can be operating and services running is in the domain of the Public Works Department. So there's a great opportunity to recognize them for their efforts. And Paul, do you want to add anything to that?
I think you should come up here anyway, just so people can see you. You've been on the job a month now, 2 months?
A couple months now. It's been fun. I literally just stepped in here from the sinkhole at 12th and Holiday. We just buttoned that up. There'll be some pavement restoration. I just sent John some pictures if he wants to throw them up later. But we worked with Keith Karen in on that, and they did a great job. And they're literally buttoning up right now. So it's a lot of fun. We've got a great crew at Public Works, and we get a lot done that, you know, sometimes you don't really see it, but it's there and it keeps things going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I asked David to read this one.
Proclamation, People, Purpose, Presence. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people in the city of Seaside. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas the Seaside Public Works Department is responsible for 41 miles of streets, 9 bridge structures, 8 miles of shoreline, 39 miles of sewage collection piping, 602 sewer manholes, 32 pump lift stations, 1 water reservoir, 3 water tanks, 43 miles of water line, 3,405 water meters, and 656 fire hydrants. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of Seaside to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. Whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Therefore, Steve Wright, the mayor of the city of Seaside, does hereby designate the week of May 18th to 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week, and urges all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all. In witness whereof, he has set his hand and caused the seal of the city of Seaside to be affixed this 12th day of May, 2025.
I didn't get a note from Alexander. Is he here tonight? No Seaside High School update. Time for public comments. Members of the public may use this time to provide comments to City Council on items that are not scheduled on this agenda for a public hearing or public comment. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes. I believe I have two that are not pertaining to things on the agenda. We have John Lansing here, would like to make a comment or two about Representative Javity over there at the microphone. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is John Lansing. I'm District Staff for
You get
Representative.
up to the microphone, yeah.
District Staff for Representative Javity. He wanted me to share with you that right now the legislature is kind of in a slow time. It's going to be starting to build pretty soon. Session should be over with about mid-June. If you or the council and individuals have special asks, please get that information down to his office or to the state senator's office. We've been working on coastal infrastructure, tourism impacts, road and erosion control, and like to make sure that there's a bill that's coming through that is going to streamline the permitting process for housing and to try to do something to increase the opportunity to utilize lands heretofore not being used, for us to do something with the housing challenges of the community. So before the session ends, he would like you to make sure that you get your asks and your questions in, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, John. And Jason Mills.
Hi, I'm Jason Mills. I've been here in Seaside for 3 years now. So I consider myself a resident. The community has welcomed me as one. But I was listening, I don't have a chance to come here. I've got a 12-year-old son with autism, so it's hard to get in here at this time. I also work, and I also run 4 businesses that I own and operate. But I do try to stay caught up, and I listen in on the YouTube and try to follow. And there's something I heard from a meeting a couple weeks back. I'm just gonna read this because I'm a pretty passionate person. If I don't read it, I'll go off track. So I'll read it, say what I gotta say, and then I'll be out of your hair. So a couple weeks ago, a council member said, and this is quite fitting because we have these proclamations. The building department, a bunch of fine people down there. I've got to meet some of them, some of the ladies in the office here as well. And from what I found, we've got some quality employees that work for the city. And I just want to applaud them and thank them for all the help they've given me. But I'll read this. So a council member said it's not the city's job to hire employees, but to deliver services at the cheapest possible price. I don't just disagree. I felt it quite disrespectful. Mr. Morrissey. The statement reduces the value of people, the very workers who keep our city running, to a price tag. It implies we can cut corners on human beings, their stability, and their dignity, all in the name of saving money. The Seaside doesn't thrive on the cheapest labor. We thrive on commitment, community, and on people who take pride in their work, like these people I've mentioned. I see them take their pride. Public Works, we're not here to employ people, we're here to get the cheapest services. Let's cut their salaries. Let's make them part-time employees so we don't have to pay the overtime. Even though they do a great job, I think that'd be wrong. And that way of thinking is flawed. It's not the type of thinking we need here. The idea that hiring 2 part-time workers is the same as investing in 1 full-time team member, it's not. It's wrong. It's reckless. It leads to high turnover, lack of benefits, and fragmented accountability. More importantly, stable full-time jobs aren't just about the workers, they're about the city's long-term health. During that meeting, you guys were talking about the budget. One of the biggest things we get is property taxes.
You have 30 seconds.
Turning that person into a full-time employee with benefits gives them the opportunity to buy a house. You recruit that extra $10 and the benefits when they start paying property taxes. But this outdated way of thinking that employees are just service, we can just hire some field workers and get the cheapest labor possible and not take care of the people who run our city. It's not you guys that run it. We don't see you day to day. We see these people. They're the ones who need the hours. So that's my comment. I don't think Seaside is here to get the cheapest labor possible. I think we're here to get the most qualified employees possible. And so far, I've seen that, just not on this board completely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your comment, and I think you misrepresented what I said, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll talk to them later. The rest of the comments, I believe, pertain to the appeal that we're going to be talking about later. So unless somebody signed up that isn't expecting to do that, then we'll hold those for later. Does any counselor wish to declare a potential conflict of interest with anything on the agenda?
Are we going to get a time to declare prior to the appeal, specifically on that item?
No, you can do it now.
Okay. So I just want to make a statement. I have had multiple conversations with folks in the neighborhood, both before and after I was informed of the appeal. Most of those conversations consisted of very general questions about the project, but on multiple occasions I have expressed my desire to have the project be accessed from Highway 101. I don't think this is in relation to the appeal in the highway overlay zone, but I just wanted to make that public.
Okay. I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Council President Morrissey and Councilor Binnicker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Tonight, we have the Community Development Annual Report. Jeff Flory will be presenting that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for letting me come in and talk tonight. Seems like I was just up here, and I looked back, and it was, I think, September of October last year that I came in and spoke about what's going on in the Community Development Department. Since then, we've had some movement. We've had some significant training opportunities for some of our employees, and I will proudly announce that we have 2 building inspectors and soon to be 2 plans examiners. Jordan Sprague has been taking classes, getting certified, and so far has been passing them all with flying colors. And on to the next step, which will be the residential plumbing class. So a little bit of budget money, we're able to get him into the classes and start actually building our program to better serve, which I'll talk about a little bit later in kind of the goals of what we're trying to do. Tonight I'm going to talk a little bit about what our housing needs are in Seaside. It relates directly to some of the things that our Community Development Department is trying to do and some of the statistics over the last year. As we've all seen and we know, we have a significant shortage of affordable housing for our service industry workers, housing for our school district employees, city employees. It's difficult to find a place to live in Seaside or in the surrounding areas. Maintaining housing, affordable housing, is crucial for a sustainable community. It's what drives our business and economic centers downtown. As you saw from 3J a couple of weeks ago, these are the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis housing production targets. So in this 20-year planning timeline, Seaside needs to produce 1,600 housing units. They front-loaded it, which comes out to our target production of 114 units per year. Because we're under 10,000 population, we're not beholden to these production targets. We don't have to do the analysis to make this, implement policies to make this happen yet. We all know, as we've seen how the Oregon legislature works, if they put forth an idea, such as some of the stuff that was in House Bill 2001, they'll set it for a threshold, and if it looks like it's a possible winning solution, they'll lower that threshold to require of other communities. I would not be surprised if in the next couple of years we see these housing production requirements lowered below that 10,000 threshold. And as we know, we're right at about 7,300 residents. We're in the ballpark. Keep in mind, 114 housing units per year as we kind of progress through here. So looking at 2022, 2023, and 2024. Our best year was 2023 when these are actual building construction permits issued. So this is on the assumption they've paid a significant amount of money to get a building permit. These are being built. We were able to produce 76 housing units. That's between single family dwellings, a couple of duplexes, and apartments. Go back to our housing production target of 116. We're still falling short, and we've got some apartments that have been permitted in the last couple of years. We look at 2024 and we don't have any apartments permitted. The 55 was the Hawk's-Eye. That got permitted right at the end of 2023. The 40 was the Wahanaplexes that you've seen out on the north end of town. Those are still under construction. Those are the closest to being fully completed and leased up. This is what we're looking at in our housing pipeline right now. Wahana, that's almost done. They're finishing up the final building right now, and I imagine they'll be leasing that up as soon as they possibly can. Cross Creek, we've got plans under review right now for the first, I believe it's a sixplex. It's going to be the first one built. Infrastructure's in, final plat has been signed by the Planning Commission chair and recorded with the county. It's just a matter of time now to get plans reviewed out the door. They'll start working on that as soon as possible.
Which one was Cross Creek?
Cross Creek's out by Dutch Brothers.
Thank you.
You've probably seen the parking lot was completed. All the work's done. It's just ready to be built now. We've got the Pacifica development. That's the one we'll talk about later, so I won't go into too much detail about it now. And then River Run. If you've driven Holiday by the Red Lion recently, you've got a large building going up. That's going to be 66 units of market rate housing. And they are itching to get those done. I spoke to the developer earlier this week or last week, and he's hoping by this time next year to be getting final C of Os and start moving people into that property. So this is what's in our pipeline. Think about that 20-year number of 1,600. These are some of the larger parcels that we have available in Seaside to develop that are now being developed. We're running out of large pieces of land to actually build these types of housing units. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see very many like this over the next 8 to 10 years unless something happens like an urban growth boundary expansion or we see some redevelopment happen. I want to talk just briefly about housing costs. So according to the 2023 census, our median household income is $45,807. Now this is different than the AMI that HUD uses. That number's up just over 90,000 this year. AMI for HUD is based on a family household of 4 people. But if we're looking at the average resident of Seaside making $45,000 a year, what does that translate into for housing costs? This is some statistics I pulled today. So according to Realtor.com, the median listing home price right now is $529,000. That's for your single family dwelling. That's a lot, especially if you revert back to that $45,000 a year median income. We can kind of look from this graph on the bottom, taken from Zillow. You can see from 2017 to now, our housing costs took a giant spike in that 2020, 2021, 2022 COVID era. You can see it's leveled off and even kind of started to come down a little bit. When you hear me talk about housing, often I'll speak to the price per square foot, because that's what it comes down to when you're building a brand new structure. Based on the listing prices here, we're looking at $371 a square foot, which is quite high. That picture on the right, when you hear us speak about how costly it is to develop up on the hill, this is on a hillside. It's not the normal hillside we think of. This is actually out in the cove, but it is a hillside. It's not as steep as up above. That foundation system was incredibly expensive. It was engineered, had to be redesigned because once they started digging into the dirt, they found some issues that they needed to have an engineer come fix. And just the sheer amount of concrete into that, costs a fortune to get this house up and running. That's a pretty complicated, significant foundation system for a single-family dwelling. We can also start looking at some of the rents. Now, I will tell you guys that this is based on Zillow, and it's based on our rental inventory, and it's a snapshot in time. So does that really translate to what rents look like over a 5-year period or a 4-year period? I don't know. The data is what it is, but you're looking at a 1-bedroom cost of this year about $1,000 a month. 2 bedrooms, you're about $2,000, and 3 bedrooms, you're about $2,995, according to what Zillow is showing now. That's actually a listing that's up right now in Seaside for rent, $6,100. Of course, it's been up there for 121 days, so it's not getting rented. But this is a legitimate listing trying to attract a medical professional. This house is right on the highway. It's not oceanfront. It is new construction. But you can see the address there, 1020 2nd Avenue. So it's just down the street here, just east of Highway 101. When we talk about housing, we also always discuss our short-term rentals. Now, this council has made some strides in remodeling our short-term rental policies into ordinances, and we can see kind of the effect of that. We saw that jump from 2022 to 2024, and we'll look strictly at the VRD line. We've been holding steady 2024, and then at the beginning of 2025, we were at 371. Currently, we're at 375 applications. And I can say since we've opened up that 90-day period that ends, I believe, on June 23rd, we've only taken in 1 application. So we haven't seen the landslide of applications for that yet. Just the original applicant that sent the letter to the council requesting that pay period or that opening period is the only application we've had right now. I think the policies put in place for short-term rentals is going to keep us kind of in this statistical realm for a while. And I'll tell you why I want to make sure we pay attention to this here when I discuss the next steps and the goals of the community development department. So, as we all know, we're working on our comprehensive plan. The draft plan was released to the steering committee last week. So now they're going to start putting their comments and their questions and things that they want to make sure are in there, things that need to be changed into the draft. One thing that I really want the city to think about and the council to think about as we start adopting that plan and other codes are dwelling unit densities, minimum lot sizes, our parking minimums, and lot coverage and setbacks as it specifically relates to housing. Now, previously, when I said we need to keep an eye on that short-term rental number, if we start changing some of these policies, then likely we may need to visit that short-term rental ordinance again and make sure it's up to date to stay where the council wants that inventory to maintain. So what we're doing in community development to try to help facilitate some of our housing goals is to streamline our permitting process. Keep pushing technology, keep training staff to be able to do inspections and plan reviews, get them out the door as soon as we possibly can. We're looking at some code updates. We already know that we are out of compliance with our housing codes. We have a grant from DLCD that's being worked on right now. So we're going to have some housing code updates to bring us into compliance with state law. Now, interestingly enough, we were told, are you sure you want to do this now because state law is changing again and you're going to be out of compliance? And the answer was, yeah, we need to start somewhere. And once we get close to compliance, maintenance is a lot easier and we'll just end up maintaining our codes to stay current with where we need to be. We now have staff, half of a staff. Hopefully soon she'll be able to come over from City Hall and be our full-time short-term rental and code compliance. So zoning codes, building codes, and helping out with some of the public works codes as well, to try to bring the quality of our housing up using our existing codes to get landlords to provide a good, safe product for their tenants to live in. And you can't see underneath that last one is our attempt at records organization and consolidation. So we are working on purging records that we don't need to keep, and at some point come back with a look at our records management system to see if we can update that to where it's more accessible to the public and easier to find what we're looking for, what other folks are looking for. This is us. We've have a building official from Redmond, of all places. Yes, he does commute in. He's here Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And then he works from home Mondays and Thursdays. I will say having our phone system upgrade has really made that more possible than ever before. You call the desk lines now, they ring straight to our cell phones. So we can essentially be out of the office if we need to and still have the capability of getting our phone. Jordan Sprague, he's been promoted to permit tech building inspector. And like I said, he's in full-on training mode to get those certifications. And once we get him fully trained, it's going to speed up our plan review process by having him available to help with that. Debbie and Ann, they've been longtime staples in our department, handling our administrative duties as well as our emergency preparedness and grant writing program. New to our department is Anna Dennis. She's going to be our STR and code compliance person. She's wrapping up helping City Hall get their finance system onboarded, and so she's with us about 50% of the time now and taking on learning the short-term rental world. So that's what I have for you guys. I can certainly answer any questions that you may have.
I think that was an excellent overview. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you anticipate with the current staff you have being able to handle the workload, or do you anticipate needing more staff?
I have not been full staff yet. I have 2 staff members right now that are out on extended leave. And since I took this position, we have not been full staff. So it's a hard question for me to answer because there's a lot we want to do. But I anticipate once we get trained, everybody trained, and get kind of the train moving down the track in the direction we want to go, I think we're going to be able to handle it and hopefully free up some time to actually do some of the code updates and other duties that need to happen.
We've spent quite a bit of time this last year working on the FEMA buy-up. Mm-hmm. Can you give us, since it used to be changing daily, it sounds like it's slowed down a little bit. Can you give us an update of where we are?
I wouldn't say it's essentially slowed down. When we talked last with the council, we were looking at an adoption date of a pre-implementation compliance measure in July. So that being said, we have submitted our notice to DLCD that we will be adopting a code. Our current floodplain ordinance was not in line with the model code. So we've taken the model code, formatted it to Seaside, added in the new language that was provided to us. And I'll be mailing notice to all 850 plus property owners with floodplain on their property probably tomorrow. Our intention is to hold a public hearing on the first Planning Commission meeting in June. However, there is another hearing at the federal level happening on the 27th for an injunction for this process. Been working with Spencer to kind of strategize where we're going to go with this, and we decided to go ahead and provide the notice. If the injunction happens, we'll revisit it at that point, and if we have to cancel the public hearing, we'll cancel the public hearing. But as far as we know, it's still moving forward. Have I heard from FEMA recently? Not for a couple of months. Wow. I did have an email from DLCD. It sounds like their Region 10, FEMA Region 10, which encompasses us, has been gutted. They've lost 10 employees. They're down to 2. So I don't really have much of an update on what their status is. I can just kind of talk to what we're doing.
Thank you.
You mentioned you don't anticipate a big increase in VRD permits going forward. Can you provide a little more detail on that?
It seems, and this is just the sentiment from around our office, when we've put those density requirements in place, there's more houses that are coming on the market that are not eligible for permitting. So we're seeing those densities really kind of play a role in slowing down the short-term rental growth. And then just my own sentiment from living in the areas where there's a lot of short-term rentals, I'm seeing them more and more vacant than I think I've seen them in the last few years. I don't know if the VRBO Airbnb perception that it's a cash cow is really playing out the way that a lot of people thought it was, especially when you start looking at the cost of buying a house in Seaside. But we've certainly seen a decrease in the number of applications we're receiving. We still have the same call volume, but a lot of houses that are hitting the market are not qualifying because of the densities that have been put in place.
And we're reading that tourism is slowing down.
I'll let the tourism department speak to that.
Jeff, it's great that you're training Jordan and developing him. That's really cool. Do you have data around, how big your backlog is, or what the wait time is for inspections, or, are you going to be able to see by bringing on an additional person, we're able to respond in this amount of time and bring in this additional revenue, and kind of give us a barometer for the staffing in your department and what impact changes would have in terms of that?
So inspections we're able to handle. Part of implementing some of the technology that we put in place is the Oregon e-permitting system, and it allows for video inspections. So if it's an inspection that Jordan is not certified or can't do or has questions about, he can be on a video call with our building official and handle that inspection. So inspections, we're able to handle those. It's the plan reviews that are taking some time. There's a lot that goes into a plan review, especially when you start getting into some of these more difficult projects, larger apartment complexes, commercial buildings, etc. Right now, we are supplementing with a third-party plan review service. We're contracted with them, so we send some plans to them to help expedite the process. And so far, they've been pretty good to get stuff back to us within a 2-week time frame. I'm really wanting to get away from using them as little as possible. In some ways, it's a benefit to us if it's a really complicated project, because then it doesn't take our staff, 6, 8, 10 days full of just working on one project. So in some cases, it's beneficial for us to use them. In other cases, it's not. So I want to get our department to where we can take on the majority of the work. But right now, we are, plan reviews are lagging behind. We've got one building official that's trying to take on all the work, and it takes time to do a thorough professional job on those reviews.
Thank you.
If plan reviews are the most labor intensive and the most intense for us, I'm sure that that's the same for many other cities. Have you heard, or is there any anticipation that the legislature might be recognizing the same thing and looking at lowering standards?
I don't know that they're lowering standards, but I know at the legislative level they've discussed ready-made plans that are pre-approved, to where a contractor or developer could take this set of plans that's already pre-approved by the state and plug it into their lot, which would expedite plan reviews. But there's something that's very significant that we always have to look at, and is that our coastal region wind and seismic requirements are different than everywhere else in the state except for the Columbia River Gorge area. So while there are ready-made plans, they may not necessarily be designed to the standards that we have to obtain here in Seaside. But I will tell you, the legislature has opened up the door on the planning and zoning side to facilitate more housing, which is helpful.
It's good that they're doing that. The trouble is we haven't caught up from 2021 when they passed that law.
Right.
And they're talking about more and more changes, which will make it harder and harder for us to keep caught up. So we'll see. Okay?
Good job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. We, boards, committees, and commissions and committees, we still have a vacancy on the airport advisory, a vacancy on the community center commission, and we have one term expiration coming up on June 1st. Molly Irons, I didn't see, did she say she would serve again? Okay. So what's the pleasure of the council for that? You want to reappoint her or hold it open for a bit? we don't have another meeting before June 1st. Hearing nothing, I guess we'll let that stand.
Mayor, I would move to reappoint.
Molly?
Second.
Yes.
Okay. It's Seamus and Seth. Any discussion? This is to reappoint Molly Irons for another, I believe it's 3-year term. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. But there's still an opening. We have a vacancy on the Parks Advisory Committee, and we have one application from Julia Weinberg, who is actually on the committee, Community Center Commission. Anybody wish to nominate her?
I'll nominate Julia Weinberg for the Parks Advisory Committee.
I'll second.
It's Councilor Pasolsky, Councilor Montero. Any other nominations? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays? I think I heard all ayes. Okay, can we schedule an interview perhaps for the June 9th meeting? Okay, we have no unfinished business. New business, we have an appeal, Planning Commission's approval of the Highway Overlay Zone Review for the Pacifica Apartment Development. I have a something I got to read here. Before we get started taking public testimony on this appeal, there are a few procedural issues to take care of. First of all, does anyone wish to object to this item on jurisdictional grounds? Second, I need the councilors, well, I guess this is where it does come up. I need the councilors to state, as Council President Morrissey argued, if they have any conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts they need to disclose.
Can you tell me about the ex parte contacts as far as timeline? Does it need to be disclosed if it's well before any decisions were made by the Planning Commission?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can state that you have talked to people about this project.
I spoke with residents in the area, but it was 6 months ago.
Obviously, I've been talking about the project for 3 years.
Talking about it for a long time.
Yes, we have.
Do I need to restate my statement during this part of the meeting?
I think we have it on record.
Yeah, I think just refer to, you already made that
I
statement.
did make a statement previously in the meeting.
And third, I'll ask staff to give us a brief report, and then we'll hear testimony from the original applicant and then other individuals in favor of the request, and anyone else in opposition to the appeal. Is that the right order?
Yeah, that works. That's fine.
So, Mr. Staff.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to read something before I start my presentation here. So, individuals testifying are reminded their testimony and evidence must be directed toward the applicable criteria or other criteria in the plan or land use regulation which they believe is applicable to the decision. Failure to raise an issue with sufficient details to allow decision makers or parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals. Tonight's appeal is of the Highway Overlay Zone of the Pacifica development. See if this timed out on me and shut off. Let me see. Nope. Oh, there we go. So this is the 69-unit affordable housing development that will be rent restricted to 60% of AMI. The approximate 2-acre site is zoned industrial. However, the apartment use is allowed by Senate Bill 8. As I previously discussed, the legislature has done some things to help facilitate housing development on lands that otherwise would prohibit it. Along with the 69 units, the developer has also put forth a plan to have 79 off-street parking spaces, a clubhouse, a tot lot, and some other amenities for the residents. The property is located on the north end of the North 40, just north of the high school, sandwiched kind of between North Holiday Drive and North Roosevelt. The neighborhood has brought up some concerns. The top concerns that I've seen through the comments so far have been building heights and traffic that'll be generated. The building closest to Holiday Drive at the ingress-egress point for the development is the one in the rendering right there. It's the single-story clubhouse with the tot lot. So along the Holiday frontage, the three-story buildings they're going to be visible, but they're not going to be prevalent. They're not right on the right-of-way or right on the street. Traffic is designed to use North Holiday Drive as it is a minor arterial, and minor arterials by our TSP are specifically designed to carry vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle traffic to and from neighborhoods and from neighborhoods to commercial centers or to a major arterial, which our only one is Highway 101. Again, this is a deed-restricted affordable housing development. This will provide housing for employees of local businesses, government employees, school district employees. Some of the benefits we see from affordable housing are economic stability, reduces employee turnover, provides housing closer to those commercial centers that will reduce commute times for some of these employees. It promotes diversity and an inclusive community and allows people from various economic backgrounds to reside here in Seaside. We can talk more about the ingress egress off of Holiday. Some of the appellant's statements regarding this project is the fact that the traffic will be diverted onto Holiday. Well, again, this is the ODOT map that designates our streets from the grade colored roads to be just local roads. Pink ones are minor collectors, green are major collectors, which you can see is 12th Avenue and Lewis and Clark heading out of town, all the way up to the minor arterials, which are Holiday and Wahana, both heavily used as passageways through town. And then, of course, our principal arterial, which is the Highway 101. One of the other items the appellant brought up was that views will be blocked. Again, this rendering shows the view from Holiday Drive facing east towards the hillside. The one-story building is the dominant feature from along Holiday Drive, with the three-story buildings will be visible in the background. But again, I can reiterate, the city doesn't have any ordinances that regulate views. Outside of clear vision triangles, which pertain to intersecting streets and being able to see as you pull up to the stop sign. This is not an intersecting street. The clear vision triangle will not pertain to this development. The appellant also brought up a concern of changing from low density to high density. The purple bluish area, that's all zone medium density residential. This development backs right up to a residential neighborhood, a park, and across the street from another medium density residential area. None of these areas in this part of town are zoned for low density development. It's all medium density, and if you go closer to downtown, it turns to high density. Again, you can see the industrial zoning. We have a small industrial pocket right there. Includes some industrial uses along the north side, along 24th Avenue and Holiday. This is not being rezoned. This will maintain a industrial zoning because we're using Senate Bill 8 to develop this property, which allows for publicly owned, industrially zoned land to be used for an affordable housing development. This is a statement directly out of that Senate bill. A local government shall allow affordable housing if the proposed affordable housing is on property that is owned by a public body. That's the world we're in right now. We as the City of Seaside own this, and it meets the criteria for affordable housing. That covenant of 60% AMI is restricted for 60 years. So this was part of the appellant's request. Reverse the decision to build affordable housing on this site. This scope of this hearing has nothing to do whether or not housing can and will be built on this site. It's about the highway overlay zone review. If this development was proposed not along the highway, there would be no public hearing. It would be a outright permitted use that would be reviewed like any other housing development that doesn't require a public hearing. The highway overlay zone is what triggers the public hearing for this. The decision to take on this property was back in 2022 when the county made this available to the city specifically for the purpose to help facilitate a low-income or affordable housing development. I'll point back to the 2023 City Council goals. Encourage the development of workforce housing. This falls in line with what this development is trying to do. We're trying to bring housing to support our workforce and to support our economic driver, which tends to be that service industry worker. March of 2024, we put out the RFP to find a developer for this specific site. And in June, the City Council selected Related Northwest for this. Again, in September is when we entered the exclusive negotiation agreement that allowed Related to start working towards financing and funding and putting this project together to start making it come to fruition. In February of this year, the council passed a resolution. I believe there was a public hearing at that meeting as well, to allow the city to enter into a development agreement with Related, and this solidified the facilitation of this specific deed restricted affordable housing. So as you can see, the city's been working on facilitating this for several years. A lot of work's been put into this to help facilitate and encourage this, and it's been part of the City Council's goals to facilitate housing development and affordable housing development in Seaside. So the review criteria for this is specific to the highway overlay zone. I'm not going to go through all the review criteria. You can see it in your packet with the Planning Commission's notice of decision that was signed by the Planning Commission chair and the review criteria listed. Again, the ability to build apartments on this site is not part of the review criteria in this hearing. It's the overlay zone, which there's findings and statements and items to adopt for the council just by adopting the Planning Commission's findings, unless the council has items they want to look at and change. So with an appeal as this, opposition and prolonging these types of hearings can cost time and money for a development like this. Resistance to these types of projects can exacerbate housing shortages and limit opportunities for those in need of housing. As we've seen throughout the years here in Seaside, housing is one of our biggest challenges, from the work that this council's done towards the houseless population to trying to facilitate something like this. We've touched on some of the traffic impacts that are of concern to the neighborhood, and parking was brought up multiple times. This is another state law that went into effect in January of this year that relieves certain qualifying housing developments from parking requirements. And when I say relieves them from parking requirements, I had a conversation with the Housing Accountability and Production Office to get clarification. It's a complete and total adjustment to parking requirements, meaning that if the development qualifies under Senate Bill 1537, then the city cannot require any off-street parking whatsoever. Thankfully, the proposal that Related has put forward gives us about 1.14 parking spaces per unit, total of 79 off-street parking spaces for it. With Senate Bill 1537, a developer could come in and build an apartment complex and not have a single off-street parking space, which could be problematic down the future. But according to Senate Bill 1537, which was passed by the state, that's one of the land use adjustments. They didn't quantify it. And according to the Housing Accountability and Production Office, it's a total adjustment. I believe with your packet, I included a link to DLCD's. They put together a 2-page document on Senate Bill 1537 that's it explains it really well and makes it a lot easier to kind of follow on, because there's several adjustments that could be requested under this bill. This is a rendering that was done by Related Northwest. Gives us an idea of what the Pacifica is going to look like from the highway, with a landscape plan that's put in there, as well as the parking lot, parking spaces with an ingress egress from to Highway 101 for emergency vehicles. Again, this review isn't about whether or not the apartments can be on this property. It's about the highway overlay zone. So I can certainly answer any questions that the council may have.
There's no questions at this time. We will.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
It's a real simple question.
Mike.
Get up
Real
there.
simple. What is the highway overlay zone?
It's a series of criteria that any project along the highway has to abide by. Some of it has to do with parking requirements, which is alleviated by Senate Bill 1537. It requires a landscape buffer along the highway, which their developer has proposed and shown. It restricts, this is where our housing codes come into play. It restricts building sizes, except it says any building over 20,000 square feet is subject to additional review, but it gives no review criteria. These are some of the updates that I'll be working on to make sure, one, we're in compliance with state law, because if it has to do with housing, we can't have that type of extra design review criteria unless it's a clear and objective standard. This is what our housing update is helping us with. So yes, there are certain requirements that are specific to developments along the highway that would not pertain to another development. If this was along Holiday, and it's within 200 feet of Highway 101, so if it's in a location that's not within that 200 foot, it's not subject to this review. And the review is specific to the Planning Commission, which then makes it appealable, and that's how we ended up here today. But this type of development could occur anywhere in the city outside of that highway overlay zone without any public hearing or public review of the development.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to call up Linda Martin as the person that filed the appeal. Come have a seat. You are not limited to 3 minutes because you filed the appeal.
I've got 10.
The
Mayor and council.
just make sure we got this. After you're done, then we'll allow anybody else that's in favor of this appeal to come up.
To 3 minutes.
And then we'll be able to have a rebuttal, and then you'll have one final.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Am I speaking close enough to the microphone?
Mm-hmm.
First off, let me say that I do agree we have a dire need for affordable housing in Seaside and Clatsop County. The problem is nationwide, but in our area, many or most of the units that used to be rentals have been bought up and refurbished and turned into vacation homes or vacation rentals. The evicted tenants often have no choice but to relocate to a larger city, move in with family or friends, or they become houseless. Seaside has over 1,700 empty units, but they are either second homes or Airbnbs. The city refuses to enforce the original Airbnb rule that stated that the owner must live in the home. Therefore, we have a housing shortage. I have owned a secondhand shop in Seaside for 28 years. I sell everything from used socks to Star Trek collectibles, and over the last years, I've seen my customer base change. The locals who used to be my mainstay had to move, first to Warrenton, then Napa and Longview as rental prices increased. Now my customer base is vacationers, and luckily for me, I can adapt my business to their needs. But it points to the fact that the soul of Seaside has disappeared and has been replaced by guests looking for an amusement park experience. I have many low-income and or houseless customers. I know most by name and often help them out with freebies, small loans, and lots of advice. I give away a lot of stuff that gets donated to me. Unfortunately, a lot of it ends up as garbage in the mill ponds, but something fresh usually brightens a homeless person's day. The point is, I am not afraid or dislike those less fortunate than I. I simply don't want my world to be altered by a 3-story complex being built in my front yard, be it low or high income. I understand there is a large financial gain by building apartments in a beach resort, and Steph Condor's company is on board with that. The company will generate about $125,000 a month. That's $1.5 million a year. Much of it guaranteed income from government subsidies, tax incentives, and federal and local grants. Like a nonprofit, the money flows to the people in charge. It is my opinion, regardless of the AMI guidelines, that $1,500 for a studio or over $2,000 for a 2-bedroom unit is not affordable housing for most people. I will say that the architectural design looks good, and they've crossed every T and dotted every I to conform to the required guidelines. So let's build more than this one complex. Build several on some of the city's usable 83 acres that was recently stated by the Clatsop County housing manager in the Seaside Signal a few weeks ago. Put them all together so that government services can attend to their needs all in one spot. What I'm getting to is that there are much better sites than this small parcel of land nestled next to commercial fueling stations and other industrial businesses. Not to mention ruining a special neighborhood with all the increased traffic and high density of units in a current green space. When visiting the planning department office, I noticed their bulletin board with a large color map of the town's 4 tsunami evacuation routes. The route designated for North Holiday and Venice Park neighbors is to get across the dilapidated Lewis and Clark Bridge to access Lewis and Clark roadway to get to high ground. If you build this complex on North Holiday, you will be adding about 150 extra people for us to get behind to cross that bridge and escape the water. We may joke about tsunami danger, but we still have our to-go bags ready just in case. It must be quite important to the planning department too, because it occupies most of their bulletin board, along with a few old photos of Seaside and the city's mission statement, which I will read to you. The mission of the City of Seaside is to improve the livability of our city by offering exemplary public service for all citizens and guests, thereby creating a strong spirit of community and a safe and enjoyable environment for everyone. What I read into this is that we all deserve to be considered in your actions, not just one group of people. The residents of North Holiday have been completely ignored by all of you. In the 60-page staff report regarding this development, you never mention, not even once, that neighborhoods exist on North Holiday. Indeed, some residents have lived on Indian Way and Village Terrace for over 50 years. You talk about North Holiday as if it were barren, but it is not. My street won the city's Christmas light contest 2 years in a row, and Village Terrace has neighborly get-togethers on many sunny afternoons. Both streets enjoy a special bond of neighborly love and respect for our special place on the estuary. And nowhere in your report does it mention the Venice Park neighborhood and how the traffic congestion on 24th and Highway 101 will be severely impacted. It is already very unsafe, and you want to add another 390 trips to it. One car every 2 minutes will be entering or exiting the complex onto North Holiday and deciding which way to access Highway 101. From your report, you state that you have no control over that intersection, and you simply don't know what will happen when all those extra cars are here. Really? You don't know, but let's do it anyway, and then find out? That's not good planning. The damaged bridge, the curves on 24th, the turn lanes, the turn on the north end of the bridge to Lewis and Clark all need to be addressed in a traffic study before adding an extra 150 people to the situation. Also consider the tenants trying to cross the highway on foot to get to the food bank or Dutch Brothers. You state that it's oh so safe because the cars will only be exiting onto North Holiday, a nice little minor artery. But then where will they go? You told me you don't know or care. They can go to 24th or any other residential street that suits them. Is that caring about the livability of those streets or creating a safe environment for the families that live on those small streets? No, it's not. This situation demands a traffic study and the expertise it will bring. We haven't even discussed the summer backup across that bridge. Hopefully a lot of tenants will ride their bikes, right? And then there's the sewer issue. Have you conducted a study of how 150 residents will impact the North Holiday's already subpar sewer lines? The City Council and Mayor Wright have tried to rubber stamp this through by not notifying us neighbors, especially those on Indian Way and Village Terrace. You and your 100-foot rule is bogus and very cowardly. I should have been notified at my house. I am within 85 feet as shown by this Google map, but I was not notified. You obviously don't care about us citizens or our safe and enjoyable environment, as I read in your mission statement. We deserve a whole lot better from you as established taxpayers of Seaside. In fact, we deserve full notification and consideration over and above any new residents of any income level. Our quality of life will be diminished, and we deserve a city council that protects our interests above those of new residents who may or may not make this town their forever home, as I and my neighbors have done. Thank you.
We have Marilyn Blackadder. Marilyn? Come up to the microphone. Yep. You may have to tilt it down a little bit.
No. Can you hear me? Is it coming in?
Go ahead and pull it down towards you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I can hear me. Okay. Marilyn Blackadder, 1521 North Holiday Drive. And I'm concerned about the project. So there I am. It's very short. We can deal with it. I understand the need for low-income housing, but the North 40 ball field is not the correct location. The schools were all placed on the hill for the safety of the children. Now we plan to build low-income housing near the former school property so the children can drown in their sleep. Thank you, Marilyn Blackadder.
Bruce Rosenbrock. Bruce? You'll have to lift it up now.
How about right here?
Okay, we have 3 minutes.
Is this close enough? All right. Good evening, folks. I find it disheartening that the Planning Commission and the Seaside City Council have put their efforts of this project into Portland investors and not reach out to the tax-paying residents adjoining your project. We have many retired senior citizens on fixed incomes. We moved to this beautiful part of Seaside because it's not crowded and for the serenity. Now you offer huge property tax breaks to your Portland investors while you raise our taxes every year. Why do you turn your backs on us? You do not represent us citizens. Here's some more questions. What happens to Holiday if there's an emergency and all vehicles are leaving at once? What if there's an emergency at this apartment complex? Where do those vehicles park? Where do maintenance and visitors and delivery drivers park? If spaces aren't numbered, how many arguments will entail? If residents are forced to park on Holiday, where do those with soccer matches and their children, where do they park? This is a disservice to the apartment residents and the neighboring area. I'm going to mention this I mentioned 2 weeks ago. When I questioned publicly about the 69 apartments and 69 parking spaces, Dave Pazowski says, Bruce Rosebrock, I would bet that these low-income folks don't have the number of cars you have. Just say it. You hate low-income people. Dave, that's childish. It's slander. You have no idea of my background. If you had half a clue, you'd know that I've spent 28 years working with homeless programs.
Please address your comments.
It's poor representation. Now, back in 2021, you guys said we're going to have 2 off-street parking spaces per dwelling unit. Well, you've got 69 spaces. Where's those 2 parking places per unit? Then you come along and say, oh, no, we can do like the 1.25 for 1 bedroom, 1.5 for 2 bedrooms, 2 for 3 bedrooms. You're still not adding up. You guys really infuriate me. Lastly, under multiple family dwellings, all developments should have 20% of the total area of the site devoted to open space. Where's the open space? The parking places that you do have designated, that doesn't count as, you're jamming a square peg into a round hole here. Last I say, this is absolutely the wrong location for this project, and you can do better.
Patricia Redmond. Patricia Redmond. Richmond. Yep, sorry.
I live on 2441 Neawanna Street, so I'm in the Venice Park neighborhood. A couple years ago, I tried to get out, well, quite a few years ago, when there was a tsunami warning, and it was backed all the way up. You had to rely on the people on the highway to stop and let you in. Hopefully they would, before the wave took out the bridge. Thankfully, there wasn't one. Seth, your mother-in-law lives in our neighborhood. I'm sure you don't want her to get washed away either. You know, I don't know why you would put this apartment building there. It's a bad fit. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Now we'll hear from Related Northwest. No. It's 4.
Hi, good evening. I just want to say that we've been really appreciative to be selected as the affordable housing developer for the North 40 site. It happens to be on a site where I graduated from. I don't know if people know that. I want to also express that we're really happy to report that the project has now been fully funded through Oregon Housing and Community Services. This isn't a small feat to be able to leverage resources from the state. So we were just, the first week of May, went through Housing Stability Council and received our tax credit allocation for low-income housing tax credits, as well as a lift subsidy that assists the project to be built. So we are fully funded on this project, which is an amazing thing to go through one funding cycle. It really does reflect the fact that there is a critical need for housing on the coast, and we're really excited to bring this housing to the city of Seaside. So, you know, a few things to note. A couple of other things, we've received funding from Care Oregon to support this project, as well as a weatherization grant, and we are going after a solar grant to put solar to bring more affordability for utilities on the site. One other thing to note as well is this particular housing, we're going to have what's called a preference housing for workforce for the city of Seaside. So if somebody is a resident or working in Seaside, they have a preference to get into this housing. A few clarifications and from some of the commenters, our studios are actually set at 60% area median income. And for those rents, for a studio, I think was cited at $1,500. That's not what it is. Studios are at $1,012. 1 bedrooms are $1,085. 2 bedrooms are $1,302. 3 bedrooms are at $1,504. That's set by HUD based on their annual census of the area median income. And so I wanted to just make a clarification on that. We're going to be delivering 15 studios, 18 1-bedrooms, 24 2-bedrooms, and 12 3-bedrooms. We're really happy about. We've had a lot of discussions with what we would think key stakeholders like the school district and the high school, understanding the big needs that we have for staff and the inability to really gain any educators in the area because of the lack of housing. Another thing to note, we're in design. We're very close. We plan on submitting for permit at the end of June and breaking ground this October. So we've been able to really expedite this project and get moving. We're very excited about that. One other thing to note, I think there was some number thrown out there of our annual income. Our annual income is much less than that. It's $79,000 in the first year. That's after debt's been paid. We don't make a lot of money on these projects. I was born in Astoria. I grew up in Seaside. I see this as a project to bring back housing that's critically needed. So I really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. I had one comment. I believe it's in favor of this from Andrew Kipp. Is Andrew here? He also provided a letter to us.
Andy Kipp, 461 Exchange Street, Astoria. My name is Andy Kipp, and I'm the president of the Astoria Housing Alliance. I'm here tonight to speak to you about the severe housing shortage impacting our region and urge you to deny the appeal before you tonight. For those of you who have not yet heard of our organization, the Astoria Housing Alliance is a local nonprofit whose mission is to ensure that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. We accomplish this primarily through community outreach and education, but also by attending public meetings and advocating on behalf of the community members who will benefit from projects like this one. The Alliance is here tonight because we recognize the importance of a region-wide response to the housing shortage that is driving up costs for the North Coast community. Too many of our friends and neighbors are struggling with the high cost of housing. In fact, a recent study shared with you tonight revealed that the rental housing demand far exceeds the supply for the lowest income households. It showed that more than half of Seaside renters are cost burdened, paying more than 30% of their income towards rent. Despite the clear need for more housing, the appellants here tonight present unsubstantiated arguments attempting to block this vital project. One of their claims is that the zoning was changed to accommodate these new housing units. That claim is incorrect. State law under Senate Bill 8 expressly allows for affordable housing in the M1 zone. Moreover, the appellants cited objections such as blocked views, lowered property values, increased traffic, are either immaterial to the review criteria or lack supporting data justifying the claims. Because the appellants have not provided a legal or evidentiary basis to reverse the Planning Commission's decision, the council must deny this appeal. Failure to do so could expose the city to costly legal challenges at 𝗨𝗨𝗱𝘁𝗨, including the awarding of attorney fees should the council's decision be overturned. High housing costs are pushing too many in our community to the financial brink. We cannot afford to lose this opportunity to make a difference. We applaud the work of the mayor, the city council, and the staff have done, partnering with the Clatsop County and Related Northwest to construct 69 affordable homes for people in our community. This will provide much needed relief to the rent-burdened households in Seaside and the surrounding area. Together, we can ensure our community remains vibrant, resilient, and inclusive. Let's keep this project moving forward by denying this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. That was all the filed comments I have. Linda, your opportunity to rebut any of those statements.
Thank you. This would be, perhaps I misunderstood, but when I came to the other city council meeting, I believed that Steph Corder had stated that a studio apartment would rent for $1,500. Now, if you involve HUD and HUD is subsidizing the person's rent, possibly that brings it down to $1,000. Is that the case? I don't know for sure on that, but no.
If LIHTC rents are set by HUD, this isn't HUD subsidized. It's just basically the affordability that HUD sets annually based on your location.
But what if you're just a regular person and you're not part of the HUD process?
Anybody, it applies to anybody. Basically, when you take low-income housing tax credits,
you are subject to 60 years of affordability, and those rents are set by HUD. That's how it works. So you don't have to be a HUD person, it's just any person. We take less income because we're getting subsidized, meaning we get the low-income housing tax credits, we're leveraging state funding, and we take a 60-year affordability requirement, meaning 60 years this building will be for low-income residents.
So, you're saying that you will only, your company or yourself will only earn $79,000 the first year?
Yeah.
Even with all the government subsidies and tax cuts and money that
Thanks,
companies
Jeff.
have given to you?
Bullshit.
Yes, that's our cash flow.
Excuse me,
I'm not-
watch your language, please.
Okay. Well,
The obscenity.
I need to know more details.
That's what the obscenity.
Please, you've had your chat, you guys, please be quiet, or we may have to excuse you. Sorry, Linda.
That's okay. I guess I would need to see more details on that. I find that a little bit hard to comprehend, actually, so.
That's how these
That's-
programs work.
Yeah.
There's, all that detail is in
Well,
here.
if you have 69 units and each unit is paying $1,000, you know, that's $69,000. But the 2 and 3 bedrooms are going to rent for $2,000 plus.
No, it's a graduated scale up from that $1,000 level.
Right, well, how much is a 3-bedroom apartment rent for them?
It's like 1502, 1504. I mean,
not what I-
remember
those are the
there's
numbers
operating
we heard
costs, so
from the
we,
other meeting.
we pay for the hot water, we have the maintenance,
That's your
we have the
net.
property management, so on a net basis, that's the cash flow we get after, we have conventional debt, we have a mortgage that we have to pay, so after that mortgage is paid, and all of the operating expenses associated with the project, that's what it looks like. That's a projection. That's if the project operates smoothly, right? And as we know, there's always things that we've seen, COVID, mass inflation, you know, these are our best guess. And so that 79,000 is actually the buffer if there's more expenses, if we have higher turnover, if utility bills go up, we see things like that, so.
What does that number look like if it's, if you have 1 month that doesn't get paid for each of the units?
Well, let's before we,
That includes 5% vacancy. Yeah, we always project that.
So the gross and the net are 2 different amounts, so, you know, that's a lot of numbers there to iron out. What's that?
Yeah.
Let's see, to rebut. I guess my main rebuttal would be that you guys aren't taking into account that North Holiday isn't just a street. It has communities and neighborhoods on it. And this housing complex will cause a lot of traffic, according to what I believe, if I read it correctly, 390 trips a day. That boils down to 16 hours of being awake. That's 1 car every 2 minutes in and out of that apartment complex. Now, if there is a tsunami danger, a warning, you know, sure, that's a big if, but we've had one before. Several years ago, we all had to go up Lewis and Clark and get to high ground. That's 150 extra people for me to get behind, or the handicapped people on my street to get behind. And so you can say, oh, that's okay, you know, it's just a tsunami danger, but it's pretty important here in Seaside. Like I said, the planning department has a huge map on their bulletin board to warn us about that. And we talk about it all the time. We have alerts that go off every week. So it's not something to just brush away and put under the carpet. It's a real danger, and it's a real danger to all the citizens of Venice Park and my neighborhood of Indian Way and Village Terrace. And we don't want to wait behind another 150 people. Those 150 people should not be put in a tsunami danger zone, number one, where we just moved all the high school kids out of. It just doesn't really make sense. They should build those apartments up in higher ground on the other side of the river. And I don't know where your 80 acres of land is. You know, I could, if I was more involved in city politics, I guess I could find out. But this little piece of land that you've been given by Clatsop County is just not appropriate for a high-density apartment building. Thank you.
Good. All right, close public comment. Councilors, discussion.
I have some questions with regard to, maybe Jeff could come up again?
Yep.
To specifically what the highway overlay zone includes, because I've read through the packet and I'm still have a little bit of confusion.
All right, so if we go to the, in the packet, you'll find the Planning Commission's decision. Within that decision, you'll see the review criteria for the highway overlay zone. And then findings to support that review criteria. So specifically with the highway overlay zone, there's a landscape requirement to ensure that there's an adequate buffering from the highways. You guys have seen from the renderings and from their site plan in the packet that they submitted, they've got a landscape plan in place. There's a condition that the Planning Commission put on to ensure that that landscaping gets done before they get certificate of occupancy of the buildings. There are requirements for access into the property from the highway overlay zone, and specifically that new uses access onto side streets whenever possible, which is why they've planned the development to ingress, egress off of Holiday. The idea is to protect queuing and to protect traffic movement on Highway 101, since that's the main arterial through town.
Can we dig into that access since you're on it? So it looks
Sure.
like that's set by city ordinance. It says it requires new development to access side streets. And then section 4.021, access requirements to US 101. Why aren't they at least required to have an access, like a right turn out of there to alleviate some of the traffic?
That's something they can certainly explore with ODOT. It's very specific. It says access onto side streets whenever possible. So there's some flexibility there depending on how you interpret that ordinance, and they could potentially have that discussion with ODOT to see if ODOT would be open to an access permit to allow that egress. That's up to ODOT. That's not something that we have control over permitting.
So we wouldn't be able to petition for that to happen at this point?
We could certainly voice our support for it, but again, the final decision on that would come down to ODOT. It's their highway. They get to dictate access to it.
Because I can understand maybe not wanting to take a left turn on 101, sure, but you could always have a right turn in and a right turn out, which would alleviate a lot of the traffic.
Well, and this council can certainly take the Planning Commission's conditions, modify the condition that discusses egress for emergency purposes to have related work with ODOT and apply and ask, can this happen with the backing that the city council wanted us to try for an egress onto the highway, right? Right turn in, right turn out, something that would have minimal impact as far as we would see. But again, that comes down to ODOT. But
so how would we make that request officially?
If the council chooses, just modify, I believe, what is it, condition 4, to request from ODOT a egress from the development.
Okay. Steph would like to chime in.
Yeah, we're not opposed to that either, by the way. So we're open to that, but it does come down to an ODOT approval.
So this would be the developer having to go to ODOT for this modification, and we as a council could be in support of that.
That's correct. They have to go to ODOT already just for the emergency egress because it is a new access. So they're already working with ODOT. This would just be this is what we would like to try to do, and we have the support of Seaside City Council. I would caution making it a definitive condition that they have to get access because it's not up to them, but you could certainly make a condition to apply and try to get access for a right turn in, right turn out egress, ingress of that complex from the highway.
should we request, if I were to make such a motion, would I request just access, or should I specify the type of access?
I think the more vague you leave it, probably the better in this situation. That way we're not pigeonholing the project to one specific type of access.
And it's not to require access, but to require that they apply for
They attempt
access.
to get access, yes. And I will say too, being that this is a highway overlay zone review, I did submit this development plan to ODOT a while ago, and I never did hear back from them. They never responded to or commented on this, to me anyway. But I know Related has been working with them.
Yeah, and they've been great to work with so far. So,
Jeff, to address some of the concerns, within the scope of the highway overlay zone, does anything tsunami related get covered by that?
So
And if so, how?
the city only has one ordinance that pertains to the tsunami inundation zone, and it's specific to new buildings and to our short-term rentals that requires NOAA weather radios, automatic alert weather radios, to be installed prior to certificate of occupancy. These dwelling units will be subject to that same requirement. They'll have to install the weather radios prior to certificate of occupancy. And if you've seen them, the weather radios, I think they run about $25 or $30, and they plug in, they're battery operated. And then they are controlled essentially by NOAA. So anytime there's a weather alert or something significant, it'll make a loud noise, and then it plays instructions, or it plays language to describe the state of the emergency or whatever's going on. Interestingly enough, we get them all the time in the winter when we have those water spout or tornado warnings offshore. It'll trigger our weather radios, and then we get all kinds of calls from short-term rental people because their weather radio is firing off in the middle of the night.
So these units would already be required to have those?
Yes, that's part of our building code ordinances.
Well, while you're thinking here, Seth, I was thinking about the same thing. I don't get the no in or out on 101. I get the traffic, but I think it could really alleviate a choke point on Holiday. And I feel like we stop on 101 for pedestrians now. We have lights on 101 where we stop for people to walk. Why wouldn't we try to get ODOT to let us stop or slow down to get in and out of a housing unit? It doesn't make sense to me.
Is that even something that would fall under this?
Yeah.
A crosswalk going in there?
That would be up to ODOT to permit. It's
That would
not
be a
something,
separate issue.
That would be a separate issue.
Yeah, and I apologize. I wasn't suggesting a crosswalk. I was suggesting an access point in and out of this development.
So, and one other thing I'll address when you're talking about traffic counts and what the appellant said about the 390 some trips a day. So that number is generated using a formula by the ITE, which is the Institute of Traffic Engineers, to determine peak hourly trips, AM and PM, and total daily trips. So what our ordinances require is if it triggers...
I can't hear.
Members of the audience, please be quiet.
If the traffic count performed by a traffic engineer shows that it creates more than 600 additional trips, then it...
I'm going to pause for just a second. Folks, can we take the side conversations outside? We're trying to listen to this so we can give y'all the best possible answer, but we're not able to hear the person speaking to us over the various conversations going on. So if you could please hold off till afterwards or take it outside. Thank you.
So if the project or the development triggers more than 600 additional daily trips, then it triggers a traffic impact analysis. And that traffic impact analysis is performed based on what ODOT's standards are in conjunction with ODOT engineers. They review it, and they are involved in it as well. For example, the Planning Commission last year heard a change of occupancy for the Sunset Recreation Center. Because that was in the overlay zone, that triggered the need to have the traffic counts. The traffic counts were really high based on the change of use from a school to a recreation center. They worked with their engineers. They had a traffic impact analysis done, and the results of that were that there was no modifications needed. So it really depends on what ODOT's engineers and what their standards are on how that plays out.
How is that 600 trips per day set? How is that number, the criteria set?
It's through the Institute of Traffic Engineers. It's their formula that they use, and it changes. It's not the same for every generation of that formula. They calculate it based on the use and the proposed use. So they take the current use of the property, which this one is nothing, it's vacant land. And then they take the proposed use, which I think the newest generation of the chart actually has affordable housing listed as a proposed use based on the number of dwelling units. And you punch that into literally punch it into the spreadsheet, and it kicks out your peak hourly trips, AM and PM, and your additional trips daily. And it has a list of several different uses, anywhere from convenience stores to storage facilities to different types of housing. I think there's 4 or 5 different types of hotel motel uses. It really depends on the scope of the proposed development.
And that criteria being a factor is set by whom?
The Institute of Traffic Engineers. It's not something that
it's not set by ODOT or by the state, by us.
Nope. This is a kind of a best practices model by the ITE.
Okay. Thank you.
I had a couple of comments. We've been talking about housing for a long, long time, and the shortage that we have here. Back in 2014, we did a Visioning Seaside 2034 project, and much of the comments that came out of that was the lack of affordable housing. We found out there's a significant demand for more affordable housing to retain young people and families in the area. Residents emphasized the need for better housing options for people in the service industry. Affordable housing is scarce, and much of the existing affordable housing is subpar. This is back in 2014, and we're finally getting to the point of being able to address it with help from the state, the feds, and the county giving us the property to be able to put this on, to be able to provide 69 homes for our residents here. And if there's a preference situation going on for Seaside residents, I can't see any, besides the fact that this is about the highway overlay zone, which I haven't seen any data that has shown me that the highway overlay zone, shouldn't be approved as it was given to us by the Planning Commission. But it is a project that is not needed by the residents of Seaside and wanted by the residents of Seaside. And they've been telling us that for over a decade. That's all.
Heidi, anything?
Yes. The citizens of Seaside do want more affordable housing. I think this project is going to be a great benefit to the city. But earlier in the meeting, Jeff was showing us how many vacation rentals we have in the city. And I think if we really want to make a difference, we need to quit permitting short-term vacation rentals and get those houses full of people who actually want to live here.
Okay. The councilors?
One more thing.
Yeah.
It was brought up that we have 100 and some odd acres of land. Recently, we had the opportunity to review each of our different wards to see what the vacant land looked like. This project happens to be in my ward, and as I've looked through the vacant lands as given to us, there are no alternative spaces, at least within my ward, that would even come close. Everything was people's backyards. There was a driveway. Somebody's driveway on Holiday was listed as one of those bits of acreage.
That's part of it.
So, hang on, folks. In trying to find where this mystical 83 acres is, it isn't like that. It's people's yards. It's not actually there as being suggested. At least not within my ward. It may within the others, but.
There, I think, was a little bit of confusion there that, we have 171 or something like that, buildable acres throughout the city. And our task was to go look at those and see, is there actually a house on it? Which some of them actually had houses on it, so that number, will go down. Those 170 acres are not all in one spot. They're a half acre here, a quarter of an acre there. A lot of them are constrained by the fact that they're actually in a wetland, and we can't build, at least partially due to FEMA, but other reasons too. You just can't build in wetlands.
Yep.
And the biggest thing is they're not owned by the city.
Right. And the other piece of it is they counted in properties that they considered to be not fully used. So you take the biggest piece of property that was on there was Thousand Trails. And they basically said, well, this is buildable property because, it's not being fully used. There's an open space on somebody's private land. So their backyard should be built on.
Right.
It's not the city doesn't have that much land sitting there waiting for the city to build on it.
And what I found in my ward and what I looked at, yes, there are some empty spaces, but it's one lot that would fit one house or one duplex here, and another one maybe over here, and another one that the church owns over there, and it's empty, and they're not going to do anything with it. So we're seeing an aggregate number being thrown at us that's bits and pieces, and many of which can't be used at all. So you can't go by the aggregate number.
And those maps are accessible to anybody that wants to see them.
And it's not to say that we won't pursue housing on those properties.
Right.
We're constantly looking and identifying owners and saying, you ever think about doing something with this? There's a few lots out on the prom that are just empty because that's the way the owners want to keep them. So keep doing what we can.
I do have another comment on the project. It's slightly outside the highway overlay zone discussion we're having, but if you look at the way the developer situated the apartments on the property, I really appreciate that you pushed them more to the highway. I think that will help the neighborhood, and I think if we can push for 101 access, we can alleviate, not all the concerns obviously, but I think we can alleviate a lot of them. So I hope that the council will support me on that motion to at least request from ODOT access on 101.
I don't have any problem with asking for it. I just know ODOT is pretty particular sometimes. The one thing that I appreciated about the original plan here was that kept that area completely safe for kids. And obviously there's more than likely going to be a lot of kids here. They're going to be able to access, our new park that's immediately to the south of that as well. So I don't want to give up any of the safety of whoever will be there.
Jeff, if the application is made to ODOT to do a turn-in and a turn-out lane, that kind of thing, what would you anticipate the timeline for ODOT to respond?
Well, that's hard to say. I don't know because you also have to factor in what would ODOT require. Are they going to want deceleration lanes? Are they going to want acceleration lanes?
Yeah.
Is that going to increase the cost of the development to an extent that it's no longer feasible? Those are all things that are going to have to be looked at. Now, if the council tonight approves the highway overlay zone with Councilor Morrissey's proposed amendment to that condition, then the developer can go ahead and continue moving through the process and work. I mean, we've got a year plus of construction that we can work out. They still want to build that access for emergency egress, so the access is still going to be constructed, but it'll give them time to work with ODOT to try to sort out that access point.
Right.
As an emergency exit, it would be usable by the residents there in case of a tsunami. Yes, I'm getting a thumbs up. Okay. kind of alleviates that overcrowding onto Holiday in those circumstances.
During a tsunami, we're supposed to be on foot.
Right, we shouldn't be driving in a tsunami anyways, but.
Some people are in wheelchairs.
No doubt.
No doubt, yeah.
Okay. The other thing that I think we need to at least think about is that these 300 and some odd trips, we're focusing on these being people that work in Seaside. Good portion of those are not going to go north and try to get out on 101. They're going to go down into town. Or more than likely, hopefully, walk or ride their bike. The whole focus of me pushing for this housing development is simply to provide more living space for the, like was mentioned, the school staff, and we have hospital staff, and even city staff. Those are all going to be eligible to live in these kind of places if they meet the income requirement. And, to meet that income requirement is not really hard. What the $40,000 level is considered the level where you can live here, if you're going to have an apartment. It's that 30% of being able to say, this is what goes towards my housing. And that's only $20 an hour, to make 40 grand a year for a single person. So, my focus, since I was, in fact, it was part of when I was appointed to the council, my focus at that time was housing. When I ran for mayor, my focus was housing. So there should be no surprise that I am going to push for housing wherever we can do it. And we've made some progress over the years in getting, some pretty unique things into town. And I look at this as one more step along the way. We need this for our residents, for our business people, to be able to stay here in Seaside and not have to leave and go find housing or a home somewhere else. So, any further questions?
I want to address the comment about neighborhoods. All of Seaside is a neighborhood. We all live here together. We go from one area to another. It's all a neighborhood. This development is going to be another neighborhood that's going to interact with the neighborhoods around it. The people who are going to move into this neighborhood are going to be people that many of the people in Venice Park and the other neighborhoods already know and already interact with. So this is why it's important, because we're making better places for people to live so they can be in Seaside as they educate our children, as they serve people in our hospital, in the shops downtown, etc. So I don't see neighborhoods being exclusive. I see them being inclusive of each other. And it's neighborhood within neighborhood within neighborhood. That's how we all do this together.
There's a question if Seth wants to add wording to the motion, what it should be. I would suggest perhaps just saying we add one condition that we would like Related Northwest to look into additional opportunity or ingress, egress at the property on 101. Does that effectively cover it?
Yeah, at the end.
I think that.
Add that to the end of the motion. All right, I would move to adopt the findings, justifications, statements, and conclusions in the Planning Commission's notice of decision and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the variance of the Highway Overlay Zone review with the one request to ask ODOT for ingress and egress off Highway 101.
I'd like to second that.
It's Council President Morrissey and Councilor McVeigh. Any further discussion? No, yeah.
Given the requirements under Senate Bill 8 that says we shall approve, and nothing being presented tonight as evidence to give a reason not to approve it, I feel like my hands are tied. Regardless of how I feel about whether or not something should be going there or not, based on the information we have and what the state requirements are, for me, it seems pretty clear.
I agree with that. You said it well. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Appeal is denied.
Mayor, can I move for a short recess?
You may. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Be back at 7:55. Everybody's back? Okay. Call it back into session. Get back down to where we're at here. Resolution 4057, City of Seaside adjusting the solid waste collection rates. I think we have special guests here. Come on up. Spencer, you want to introduce this?
Sure. Mayor and council and members of the public. So each year we have Recology come to discuss the rates for garbage and recycling services here in Seaside. They have a franchise agreement with the city to provide that service. In fact, the recycling service, and likely the garbage is required by law for us to do that. The franchise agreement contains how and when Recology can do rate changes, anticipated inflationary cost adjustments being needed, and so and it has a formula that dictates how those costs or increases are calculated. The proposed rate adjustment is consistent with the franchise agreement, so it's interesting. Our ordinance says that we must approve the rate changes by resolution, but also our franchise agreement, we've already agreed to those rate changes. So I think I mentioned separate that may be something we want to fix in the future is we're requiring a resolution to approve something that we don't have a choice in approving. With all that being said, the rate increase is only 2.1%, which is lower than it has been in the past. Maybe that's an indication of inflation coming down, which I think we'd all appreciate. In addition to that, while we had this opportunity, couple other things going on. As the council's aware, we've are in the process of closing the recycling depot, have already relocated a new glass recycling dumpster to the Visitors Bureau and cardboard recycling to the convention center, with the anticipation of closing the recycling depot at the end of the month. While we were in discussions with Recology, I asked them to put together proposals to take over the city's green waste program. The green waste program was originally came about during the pandemic when we had a lot of residents burning their green waste, but we also had more residents spending time outdoors, which led to some incompatibility. So as a suggestion, the fire department suggested the city do a green waste program and volunteered the public works departments to take that on. So right now we have a green waste dumpster that's located in front, or has been located in front of the fire department, that is placed out there on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so picked up twice a week for those periods, and currently then is all deposited up by the water treatment plant, and then when as needed, it's burned up there. And so I've been looking at opportunities to stretch the capabilities of what our departments can do in-house without needing to add additional staff. And this seems pretty straightforward, that we have the experts in providing the service provide it rather than our public works doing that. So I've asked them to provide proposals for provision of green waste, and they're ready to discuss what those proposals are. So that's what I have, and I'm excited to be here and appreciate their cooperation.
Okay, introduce yourselves.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Knight and Council President Morrissey. My name is Dan Blue. I'm the Government Relations Director Manager for Recology Northern Oregon. Also, good evening, new members of council and returning members of council and staff. Thank you for that introduction, City Manager Kyle. With me is
Katie Hardesty, Operations Manager for our site here at the coast.
Thank you for giving us some time tonight, and I do appreciate that. Really great introduction. So I know there are some new faces, so I'll just quickly give a little bit of information on who Recology is, We'll talk a little bit about our North Coast operations, and we'll jump right into the fun part, which is the rate review, and then we'll get to the Green Waste Service proposal, which we prepared. So just a little bit about us. We are a West Coast only solid waste garbage recycling collection company. We employ just under 4,000 employees, serving 127 communities up and down the West Coast. We operate many different types of operations, compost facilities, transfer stations, but our primary focus really is on collection services and material recovery. I want to point out that we're 100% employee owned. No one person can own more than 1% of our company, and so that makes us owners. And then finally, we really are not a landfill-based company. We really focus on materials management, recovery, waste reduction, recycling, and providing safe, efficient services for communities like Seaside. So I think I'll go to the next slide. That's you.
Thanks. Okay, so here at the coast, we get the privilege of employing 45 employees, which goes from equipment operators to mechanics, drivers, office staff, customer service representatives. We serve all of Clatsop County and North Tillamook County, so Westport through Arch Cape, and then Manzanita and Nehalem. And we have a small satellite site out of Nehalem where we have 3 drivers that we employ down there. And we get the privilege also of being able to support the City of Seaside with the 4th of July and beach volleyball. So every year the Chamber requests donations, and we're really happy to be able to donate to those big events for the city.
Thanks, Katie. So I'm going to jump right into a little bit about the rate review process. So right off the bat, we already mentioned it, we're asking for a 2.1% rate increase. This is really a cost of living adjustment. It's based on CPI. Last year's CPI from March to March was 2.2, so we're coming in a little bit underneath that. And we're hoping that inflation stays down a little bit as we go forward. So the way this process works, each year we take a look at our previous year's costs, our actual costs, and then we look at current year costs and projections. And from that, we arrive at a proposed rate adjustment to keep us within a certain kind of operating margin. We submit to the city our annual report, cover letter, third-party financial review, and our proposed rate sheet. As of April 1st, you should have all of that in your packet. Let's see. So there's 2 mechanisms to adjust rates. One of them is through the CPI process, which is almost a pass-through, and I know there's some conflict between the ordinance and the franchise, which we'll work on. But the other process is a much more detailed rate analysis, and that's if we were to propose a rate adjustment above 4%, which we're not. So I think that's it about the process. There's a couple of drivers for why we are asking for the 2.1. We have taken on some new equipment. Our average truck in our fleet is about 15 years old, and we've taken in a new truck this year. We've also done a little bit of capital improvement at our Warrenton yard where all of our vehicles are based. Okay, so what a 2% or 2.1% rate increase looks like. The most common customer is a 90-gallon curbside customer. That would equate to 68 cents a month. And the other service option is a 32-gallon customer at 41 cents a month. And so this is what it would look like for your residential customers. You can see the circled one. Again, that's the most common customer. And then for commercial, what that would translate to is at 2.1% increase of $5.97 increase per month.
So the most common customer is the weekly?
Weekly
Did I
90.
read that right?
This one.
Weekly 90, wow.
Well, it's recycling and garbage, alternating.
Well, it's a 90-gallon garbage, and then you also get a 90-gallon recycling cart with that.
Yep. And the 90-gallon it's a weekly pickup for the garbage, and the recycling every other week.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So we understand
I
even.
can send my garbage out every week, huh? Didn't know that.
Well, you have to tell them you want it picked up, or they'll right by it.
And we do understand even a 2% increase can be a burden on folks, and so taking advantage of the recycling and moving to a 32-gallon cart is one way for folks to mitigate some of their costs. So just wanted to throw that out there. So I think, let's see, I showed commercial rates. Do you want to talk a little bit about the rate process before we jump into the green waste services proposals, or should I just keep going? Keep looking to the mayor here.
I think you're reading the room right.
Okay, let's keep going then. Okay, so nope, not that far. There we go. So as City Manager Kyle mentioned, we were asked to bring forward sort of proposals for different ways to approach green waste here in the city. With the 2.1% rate adjustment, that most common customer is at $33.16. If you're wanting to add yard debris boxes paid for on the residential rates rather than the city paying for it directly, that equates to $2.18 more per month. And as mentioned previously, these would be placed at the Visitors Bureau across the street, and that would provide up to 104 collection events per year. And so in the busier parts of yard debris season in the spring, it might be 2 times, 3 times a week. In January, December, it might not be picked up at all for a week or 2. So that allows some flexibility in how those containers are serviced.
And that's consistent with what we're doing now. We provide the dumpster twice a week, drop it off, it fills, and we dispose of it. So 2 loads a week is what our current service level is.
It says boxes here. What does that look like size-wise and quantity?
20-yard drop box.
Ones that
20
are
yard.
there right now. Yeah, it's the same size. So you said it increases the residential rates.
Yes.
So is that houses? Is that apartment buildings? Is that hotels, motels? What does that mean?
Go ahead.
A residential rate.
Customers with
Yeah.
carts.
Customers that would be using. So whether they use these boxes placed at the visitor center or not, the customers with carts, which means mainly the homes, would be paying for this service for the whole city.
Correct.
Okay.
That's one option.
How many such customers do we have in this city? I want to say just over 3,000.
Yeah, I think.
I would assume it's close to the same number. Yeah, water meters was over 3,000.
Yeah, it's like 3,400, I believe. That's the number that pops out for me. So yes, it would be taking an expense the city currently incurs and spreading it across all your residential customers. So that's option one.
Can I just add to that? To be clear, the residents are currently funding it through their property taxes going to the Public Works Department.
This is an additional cost though, because it's not through property taxes, it's
Yeah,
on top of.
it may delay other increases in the future.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it.
So option two is a thing we call the cling program. And it's basically a window cling you put on the windshield of your car. It's good for 2 years, and this is for residential customers only. And they would then transport their own yard debris to the Astoria transfer station and dump it there for free. And then we would send it off for composting. So that's option two. That option, because we aren't doing the transportation, we don't have that hauling cost, is a little lower. It's $1.42 per month added onto that base rate of $33.16. That's option two. And then if you combine both of those options together, so the 20-yard dumpsters at the Visitors Bureau, plus the window cling for all residential customers, you would go up to $36.76 a month.
So you're kind of double billing in that scenario.
Why would I want to do that?
And I just want to be clear that those are the options that we were asked to provide.
I'll jump in. That's consistent with what our neighboring communities already provide, Cannon Beach and Gearhart. And right now, our dumpsters fill up like that. And if you're not one of the early ones there, it runs out of space. So I don't think what's currently being provided is adequate. And so this expands that, but at a cheaper way to pay for it. And I don't know if you can comment on how much use the other cities see from the clings, or
A lot. Warrenton especially has a lot. We see a lot from Gearhart, and Astoria has the same program, but it's, they're right there, so it's not, a huge transport, but they all have the program and it gets used often. It's more than anything else.
And while it is much more less convenient than doing it right here, how many of our residents are already at Costco or something like that, and it's not that much further to go around the bridge and things like that?
My question is we have on here up to 104 services per year. You said it would kind of add some seasonality.
Mm-hmm.
How would we adjust that to know that, you know, I would hate for the entire certain period of time, every time somebody goes by it, it's full. And, you know, other times it just, you know, it's just going to sit empty or whatnot.
Yeah.
So how do we make sure that when it fills up, it gets picked up?
I think a lot of it would be based on the city's experience with your own program. We also talked about this, that if over the course of the year, this is not the right rate or not the right frequency of collection of these bins, we can come back and talk about this again next year and adjust it up or down as necessary. But in terms of watching it, you know, I believe we have eyes on it all the time because we have drivers here in the city, you know, most days of the week, right?
Yeah, right now, the boxes, I believe, are set out around 10 o'clock on Tuesdays and Thursdays. They're picked up by 1. They're typically filled before then. And so my thought here would be that maybe we could do it for 6 months of the year. We could do it 3 times a week. And for the 6 months over the winter, do it once a week or something like that. But we could come up with a formula of pickups that makes the most sense for our residents without having to go back and renegotiate every time. You know, start with the basic program, which is matching the level of service today, see how far that gets us, and then adjust in future years.
Or could you look at the $1.42 a month for the cling program and add that to additional pickups of the yard debris boxes instead of charging for the cling program that every resident might not use if they are more inclined and it's more convenient to use the debris box here.
Yeah, so I would say these are just options, and I would say you could take on option 1 a multiplier. If we wanted to do instead of 2 pickups a week, do 4 pickups a week. Instead of $2.18, it would be $4.36.
Yeah.
So as long as we're keeping kind of a multiplier of basically $1.09 a month to pick up a load, we could increase that and not provide the second option or do it in addition. I think you have some flexibility or discretion there.
Okay.
So my concern, number 1, is that how are we going to assure that the ratepayers, the homeowners, the home renters, etc., who are paying this are actually getting the benefit of using it rather than the construction and landscapers that are currently making use of this box and not paying for anything?
So if we do continue to use the new site at the Visitors Bureau, there is already a camera system there. And so we would sign it and make it very clear that it's for residential, and so for residents of Seaside only and for residential use only, and that the site is monitored, and so we would periodically check it. And the other option would be to instruct any of our staff, especially those at the Visitors Bureau, when they see something, to document it and send that off to the police department. We'd look at different ways for enforcement. Again, this is something that's already being provided, and so I think at this new site there are some additional opportunities, not to say that they couldn't be pursued under the current program with Public Works too.
Okay, so I've got another question. So if we have 3,400 ratepayers, I figured that it would be $26.16 a year per ratepayer to pay for the box service. And it'd be $17.04 a year to pay for the clean service. Total, I figured that the I'm going to call it the income, the revenue, with 3,400 ratepayers at $2.18 a month would bring in, for the year, $88,944. For the cling, it would bring in $57,936. How much is it currently costing the city to have the box service, or to do, we're doing it on our own?
Yeah, so it's all indirect costs. It's the cost of staff,
Right.
time and equipment to do that.
If we were to pay for it as a city, what would the cost be?
I think they've given us a quote on what it is per dumpster pickup if the city were to pay it directly. I thought you had that the other day when we met.
I did. I sent, I want to say it was around 800.
$800 a pickup. I was thinking it was $850 or something like
It was,
that.
yeah, I can't remember the exact number, but I want to say 800.
And how many dumpster pickups did you say in the?
It's about the same. It's pretty close.
What? You said 800 times 22. That equals $17,600.
No, how do you get 22?
Times 104.
Oh, that's right. Times 12.
That's a lot.
Okay. I'm really very hesitant to put this burden on every single household in our city for something that I think maybe half or a quarter of the households in the city will use. And I don't, I know that we pay for a lot of things that we don't use. I pay school taxes and I don't use the schools, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm really hesitant on this.
Could I ask, do you offer green dumpsters for a resident? Can they order and pay for it themselves in their home?
Yeah.
And how many residents in Seaside do that?
Well, so we don't have subscription. What if you're talking about like a cart that they could have curbside?
Yeah.
You know, we don't do a subscription for yard debris in a cart curbside. It'd be really costly for whoever's getting it because it's.
The only way that's normally done is if everyone subscribes. Yeah. You wouldn't do a one-off because
the cost of having a truck come down here for 3 carts is going to be huge, and those ratepayers for those 3 carts would be exponentially
So
higher.
you don't offer that along the coast to any cities here?
There are some grandfathered programs that have some subscription, but I don't know if we do for yard debris.
The only city that has yard debris curbside is Astoria.
Yeah, okay.
They're the only ones running that program currently. They can get a 10-yard or a 20-yard drop box if they want to put a bunch of green waste into that. But again, that's at the rate of a drop box service.
I'm not being critical because you guys are amazing partners and have been really great and flexible with us.
Yeah, it's a great
I'm just
question.
used to it being a resident's choice if they want to pay for green recycling or not. And I'm used to living in a city where you can get a cart if you want to do it.
One of the ways that we try to keep rates low is by spreading those costs, and I understand not everybody may use it, but it really does become cost prohibitive if only 10 out of 3,000 customers.
Absolutely.
Because
Yep.
we have to take that truck, and it's $150 an hour of drive time. Those kinds of costs are built into it, whether the customers, if we have 100 customers or 3. So
Yep,
it is
makes
a challenge.
sense.
Do households right now put their yard debris in their 90-gallon?
Yep.
And they're allowed to?
Yeah, the majority that we see in the garbage is from the lawnmower, is lawn clippings.
Right.
That's the majority of what we see.
Right. So people are already getting this in the majority of cases. They're putting their small yard debris in their garbage cans.
There's also other places you can actually take your yard
Yeah.
debris and they'll compost it and stuff
Right,
that's in the area.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't feel ready to commit to this program, just given all the comments that have been said. I agree with a lot of them. I think a small portion, I don't know the exact number, but of our residents use this, and I hate to put the burden on everybody for something such a small portion of folks use.
I agree.
I think I'd much rather I think I'd much rather hear from our residents before committing to something like this.
Yeah.
I mean,
And the thing we do
it's-
need to remember on all this is that as long as we're not making a decision and we are having the dumpster out at the center, the city is in fact paying for it until we make that decision, right, Spencer?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think that was one of the options, the alternatives. I think we can come back at any time to reconsider this. If you're inclined to do it, it makes sense to do it with this rate increase now, but we could do it 6 months from now, we can do it a year from now, or we can not do it at all. I really look at this as there is already a minimum level of green waste standard being provided. And this is, for my perspective, much less about green waste and more about our streets department and public works is not capable of they're not staffed to get everything done that needs to get done. And so I'm looking for a way that we can stretch what they're able to do to the most important things. And so if we think our residents would not want to pay for this, then I think the discussion really should be, should we discontinue the green waste service that we're providing now? It's tough to say our residents don't want to pay for it, but we should still be providing it. I mean, we can, it's just that means there will be other things that the streets department cannot get to.
I don't think it should be the responsibility of the streets department. I really do think that it needs to, I guess, be an outside contract or we use Recology, but I don't think that's the best use of our staff to do the green waste and the bottles and everything else. So I'm totally with you on that. I just don't think I'm not comfortable saying every household should be paying for this.
Yeah, this is definitely a service to people with larger lots, with brush and with trees. If you have a small lot and you're just mowing your lawn, your dumpster is just fine, or maybe you're mulching, but
or an apartment with no lawn.
Right.
Yeah. No,
I agree. I would like to take the burden off of the public works staff. I am wholeheartedly behind that. I would like a little more information about exactly how much time are they spending,
Sure.
how many guys, we can figure what that kind of costs, right, per month, and then we could make a decision about, is that something we should continue for the residents and the city should potentially pay for, or pay Recology for, or is it a service that we should discontinue?
Can we get it?
Can I ask you though, I thought that by putting the box and the glass behind the visitor center, that we were not moving the items by city staff. I thought we were contracting with Recology for that already, that we had started doing that.
No, I think because we had been discussing the possibility of Recology providing the green waste service, that brought into the discussion of maybe we should move the green waste dumpster to co-locate it with the glass, but it was just a change of location, nothing else. And that can be another discussion, whether we keep it at the Visitors Bureau, move it back to the fire department, whatever we think works best operationally and conveniently for our residents and aesthetically to the city.
I apologize, I lost something here. Is Recology picking up the glass dumpster? And
Yes, they've always been doing that, and they'll continue to do it.
That's still happening. We are just
and same with
talking about-
cardboard. Yeah.
Okay.
I think, Chris, that's why I thought that they had started doing the other as
Gotcha.
well. So let me ask this, just throw this out. What do you think would be the effect if we stopped doing the big box?
More burn piles.
Probably.
Yeah, let's let, he said he would do a study, give us
We'll get some more
full detail.
information.
That is a
Okay.
separate discussion from what we're having now, so let's deal with that at a future time. Just my 2 cents, if we have 3,400 people that'd be paying this, yeah, it's spreading it around, but, it's probably a significantly less number of those that actually would use it. The one thing is, though, that people can get a box delivered, right? A small box and pay for their own green waste. They have that option already, just like picking up, well, I think you'll talk about this, but picking up old mattresses or old furniture or whatever else.
Which they are
people
doing.
can do on their own to get rid of their own things. So let's postpone that decision until Spencer does some more work. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. So we have an option here to, not really an option, to make a motion here. If I can find the right.
I move to approve resolution 4057 with the inflation rate adjustment only and forgo the green waste services from Recology.
We have to read it first, I think, don't we? At least that's how it's written in here, before approving it.
Well, I was going to see if we kind of got ahead of ourselves. Is there anybody in the public that have any comments to make about this? This is just a resolution, but we always like people to have a say, whether their rates are going up or not. Then we've gone through council comments, so a motion to read by title only. And that's what you did.
Yes.
Okay. And did I hear a second? Councilor McVeigh, Councilor 𝗨𝗨𝗁𝗁. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer.
Resolution 4057, a resolution of the City of Seaside, Oregon, adjusting the solid waste collection rates.
Motion to adopt.
With the amendments, because the current motion is to include the green waste. So I would say motion to adopt the resolution, but only including, you guys said that previously, only including the inflationary adjustment, not green waste. And you can just say so made.
So made.
Second.
It's Councilor McVeigh and Councilor Binnicker. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just while you're here, you wrote an email back to Spencer. Would you like to talk about your event in June regarding mattress?
Yeah, we work with MRC. We're having our first mattress take-back event June 28th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Really excited about that. We're going to start advertising for it soon. Hopefully get the word out and everybody can just bring their mattresses in and have it
gone
and not on the street or on the side of the road or somewhere else. So,
Where will the event be?
at the transfer station.
Okay.
So this is part of a state program that has started. So hopefully it'll take care of that problem.
Yeah, hoping to have it regularly, quarterly or something. We're going to see
Oh,
how it
that's
goes
great.
this first time, but hopefully we can get it on a schedule regularly so people know to hang on to their mattress until said time to bring it up, and we'll just.
And that's countywide.
Yes, that's countywide.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, another reason I was hesitant to approve spending more of our citizens' money is we're going to be doing that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But, well, let's see, which one's next? The next one is not spending money. Spencer, would you like to introduce Resolution 4058?
Yeah, I'm just seeing what that is. Okay, yeah. Do we have a slide for that, I think? Anybody?
Have a seat, Justin.
So, in fact, I'm going to have Chief Ham join us too.
Come on down.
I'm just going to cede my time to him, just to see that look on his face. No. For many years, the city's had an ocean shore rule enforcement agreement with the state parks, and it provides, and they can explain better than me, but it allows our police officers to enforce state park rules on the beach. We can already enforce city ordinances and state laws, but without this, we're not in a position to enforce state park rules. I don't believe this happens very often, but it's an option in the back pocket of our police officers should the circumstances allow. We had a previous agreement, I think it was for 10 years, that expired a few years ago, and so it's we're putting it back pretty much the same as it was before with maybe just updated language. But turn time over to Justin, and then Chief, if you have anything to say.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Council President Morrissey, City Councils, and City staff, thanks for having me come here today to speak about this agreement. It's really a convenience agreement. It's notable to point out that we're not providing any funding for this or requesting any patrol hours or any staff time from the city. So it's really, as was mentioned by Spencer, when there's a need, it provides potential tools for the police officers to use and maybe provide services at times that our staffing level as a state agency does not provide. We do have one primary beach ranger that is assigned from Tillamook Head north. That includes all of Clatsop Plains of South Jetty. So he's a pretty busy guy, and at times we're not down here as often as we'd like. And just a tool in the toolbox, and there's no assumption that any strains on the city resources will be requested or required. But citizens may pass on concerns to the 911 or non-emergency or the city police, and we understand that they'll have to triage all those requests as they do for calls for service and available resources. It's just some more tools. Is there any questions I can answer on this?
So we've been doing this for some years, and during the interim, did we kind of stop doing it? Or
No, I wouldn't say that. What I was going to kind of add is that really state law and then our city ordinances are primarily mirror state laws, and then these Oregon administrative rules. There's a few that just even off the top of my head, I'm not thinking of them, but that might come in handy sometime with that anomaly that it happens to be a rule for the parks, but not really a state law or city ordinance that we would basically have permission authority from the state parks to act on their behalf, which could lead to a citation, probably into a circuit court or what have you. But no, we would still take care of it down there if it ever came to, do you have an active thing during that 2 years where it was expired, maybe some kind of defense to what was happening. But a lot of our enforcement down there, depending on what it is, and probably under a rule, is typically somebody just doesn't know, and you talk to them and they move along and stop doing whatever they were doing. It's more of a warning situation. So.
We do have other agreements with other municipalities. We have a similar agreement with Cannon Beach currently, and also an agreement with the city of Manzanita. That's a little bit different, where we request a certain amount of patrol hours, and so there's a cost for that.
Oh, wow.
Any other questions?
Made it very clear that it's at their discretion. Decide when and if you need to do this. And if it took us 2 years to figure out it had dropped, then maybe we haven't used it a lot. Any other questions?
I would move to read Resolution 4058 by title only.
Second.
Council President Morrissey and Councilor Binnicker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Was that an aye?
I think
Aye?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks. Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer.
Resolution 4058, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Seaside, Oregon, approving an intergovernmental agreement, or IGA, with the State of Oregon Parks and Recreation Department for ocean shore rule enforcement.
I move to approve Resolution 4058.
Second.
Move to adopt 4058 by Council President Morrissey, Councilor Binnicker. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Now we're going to get down to spending some more money. And there's Zach. I was going to call on you. Resolution 4059, City of Seaside amending water access and demand rates.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to talk to you about our annual water rates for next year and getting that all updated. There we go. This thing work, John? There we go. Okay, first off, a little background. I think many of you know this, but I think it's good for context for the public to also be aware. The water and sewer funds in the city of Seaside are set up as enterprise funds, and what that means from a technical standpoint is that they should operate as a business does for the most part. Now that doesn't mean that the city wouldn't backstop them if they got into some sort of a emergency and we had to do so, but by and large, they should operate based on the fees that they generate as revenue. Both of the utilities, water and sewer, as you are all well aware, have faced some significant challenges over recent years. We've got one, although this is the road, but we've got one that we're dealing with now over on 12th that has been fun. And then the master plan for sewer, we're in the process of getting the RFP together for that, followed by the master plan for water once that's done. So all of that is to say, while we've made some strides as it comes to our infrastructure, I don't think there's anyone up here that's going to be surprised when I say that there's still some challenges ahead, and right now we've been
get in your bed.
Right now we've been pretty reactive in terms of how we've dealt with infrastructure challenges here. The master plan, both on the water side and the sewer side, will allow us to be a little more proactive and better plan for these rate adjustments going forward. So here is a chart of the water revenue to expenses for the last 10 years or so, going back 10 years, going forward a few. So as you can see, the red line there is the revenue generated by the fees that residents pay for water. And the stacked chart there is everything the water fund spends money on. And if I can note 2021 going forward, that red line has been consistently below the amount taken, the cost of operating the fund. I'm hopeful that we can emerge from that in 2027. That's a year away. Let me preface that. But my fingers are crossed that we can get on a trajectory where we can start replenishing the fund balance within the water fund. I would note, it's in your packet, I didn't put it in this presentation, that capital costs in both water and here's that same chart for sewer. Capital costs are going to use the bulk of savings in both the water fund and the sewer fund next year. So I say that hoping that this model comes true, because we'll have some different conversations next year if that doesn't come to pass. So this is the same chart that as the one before for water, just with sewer. The spike that you can see there is the cost of repairing the pump station on 12th, the aeration basin, the new truck that was approved during the budget session, and I think there's a small amount in there for working capital, if I remember correctly. So, burying the lead. So as we talked about during the budget process, the recommendation for next year is 3%. Now, as we have in the past, you all can choose how to do that. One of the options is, sorry. Oh, let me take a step back. So the proposal is 3%. I put the how Seaside stacks up in terms of our fees regionally. While that's not, I don't want to say it's material to this conversation. It's always helpful to be aware of how we stack up to folks. We are the lowest by a fairly wide margin of our peers in the coast here. So that brings us to water. So I started to get ahead of myself there. Option A is a 3% across the board increase, so universally both to base and to usage. Option B looks at continuing the model that we've taken over the last year or two, where the rate increase on residents is 1%, so it's a little lower. The combination of those two will still equal 3%, but the increase for residents is 1%, while the increase for non-residential access and usage is 6.6%. So the bulk of our meters, we've got roughly 3,900, are 1 inch or lower. So that's the categorization for residential versus non-residential. Anything 1.5 inch or above, there's not a house that I'm aware of in Seaside that has a 1.5 inch meter.
How many 1.5 inch meters do we have? I can't see that.
I didn't put that number on there, but I can get that for you. We have 74. So within the city, anything bigger than 1.5 inches, we have 159 total units.
Mm-hmm.
Then moving on to sewer, I didn't do the same. Council certainly could do the same thing for sewer rates that you have the option for with water, but we didn't do it for sewer because the residential users do not pay usage charges on those. So the burden for sewer already falls more heavily on businesses than it does for water. So that's not to say that you couldn't do that. I would have to go back and look at and see how you guys wanted to do that.
What we're proposing tonight is consistent with what the council has chosen to do over the past 2 years.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems that since there's already a usage rate on the sewer, it doesn't make sense. I agree with you.
And with that, that's all I've got for this. I'll take any questions that anyone has.
Did you want to touch on the billing and why we're bringing it?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, the reason last year we did this at the beginning of June, the reason to do it now is so that it can go into effect June 15th to be in effect for the next cycle. So if there were any questions that I would have to go get more information on, I wanted the ability to be able to do that and come back to you if.
So they would be effective June 15th, which that billing period lasts through August 15th, and they would receive the bill by September. Sorry.
Yeah, end of August.
So they would. This would be for billing for usage. Our billing doesn't line up with the fiscal year, so
right.
It would be June 15th or August 15th. They would receive their bill by the end of August.
Yes.
If we wait until the new fiscal year, because we bill every 2 months, then we'd be looking at the end of October, and we would not hit the revenue targets that the budget anticipates.
Yes.
Well, and that brings it closest to the fiscal year. It also gives us those rates during the summer.
Yeah, August is typically our busiest billing period.
Well, I would propose we use the same methodology we used last year. It seems, it went well last year. I think it's a good way to go.
Did we hear anything from business community about it?
I have not heard, in the 2 years we've been doing this, I haven't heard any feedback from them.
I had one question, and I couldn't do the math quick enough. Our packet says the difference is 1.5% for resident and 6.6. You showed 1%.
Sorry.
Doing the math here,
Sorry, you're right. That is 1.5 and 6.6. That's a typo.
because yeah, it looks like it's more than 1% just on itself. That'd be 26 cents instead of 39 cents. So it's a minimal increase. Well, minimal increase overall, but it's bigger for the, if we choose option B, which is consistent with what we've done.
I've always had a desire to keep water and sewer rates as low as possible. Obviously, though, what Zach said, these are enterprise funds, so they have to financially be able to support themselves. And we had, the school water tank and other things that really got us behind, and now we're kind of playing catch up. And I hope at some point we can kind of stop the increases. Hopefully, we can get expenses down. I do have some concern about continuing the methodology we've been doing, although I think that commercial, the hotels and things should probably pay more than, residents should get a break because, tourism and things like that. But I don't want to get too far out of whack either. So I think we need to be careful of how much we increase the commercial. So I'm open to hear what other people have to say, but I just don't want to get too far out of whack there.
You did mention that it looks like going the next year or two that, use up some of the surplus, but still be in pretty good shape overall. So we'll see what you come back with. I remember too that Spencer and staff went out and got this grant for $1 million, that half of it's a grant, half of it's a 1% loan. So that was a significant reason why that peak came back down again.
I will say, as we've gone out to bid a second time for that project, it doesn't look good, and so we'll have future discussions about that.
Just there's more coming. Okay. Sorry for
problems
that.
getting.
What, can you remind us what the spread was last year? This year, you're proposing 1.5% and 6%.
No, they're asking from last year, so sorry, I was looking at this earlier, I just don't remember what the numbers were.
I guess the basic question is, are we increasing that spread as Seth is concerned about?
The only thing I would say is I think the percentages kind of skew it.
Yeah.
1.5 and 6.5 sounds like a big spread. When you look at the number of cents we're talking about, that's where it's kind of easier to look at the actual cost rather than the percentage.
Right, I agree.
Let's see, I would have to do the actual math.
Don't worry about it then.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it.
One other thing I'd like to mention, I think I mention this every time this comes up, but even though we do have the lowest water and sewer rates, I think that's a virtue that we have, and I want to keep those lower than the other cities, and it makes us a more affordable place to live. So I know we need to increase, but I always want to keep below other cities. Hopefully we can do that.
You also have to recognize that we have water and sewer, but not surface stormwater. We don't charge for that and the other cities do.
But we do still provide the service.
But we do still provide the service.
By the streets department.
Still cheaper.
Yeah. So
let's keep it cheaper.
Keep us below area rates.
Yeah.
Even with the increase.
Even with the increase, the proposed amounts. So Astoria and Warrenton proposed increases of 4%. To the last I understand. I don't know what the result was, but and then Cannon Beach I can't remember, they did a 20% and a 10.5% increase, but I can't remember which was on water and which one was on sewer. But this would put our average, this is a monthly basis, right? And we bill bi-monthly, so multiply that by 2, right? So that would put us at $98.65, and the next closest is Astoria, and I want to say they're like 140.
It's up there now.
149.
It's way up.
I just wanted to make sure I was remembering that correctly. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, can I have a motion?
I move to read Resolution 4059 by title only, with the city choosing the rate structure B as outlined in the resolution and staff report.
Did you indicate which?
Yeah, I just did, B.
But you said by title, this is for me to read it, right?
Well,
Yeah, well,
yes.
that part, yeah.
Okay.
Resolution.
Wait.
Second, yeah.
I haven't had a second yet.
Second.
It's Councilor Montero and Councilor McVeigh. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Resolution 4059, a resolution of the City of Seaside, Oregon, amending water access demand charges.
I move to adopt Resolution 4059
With option B.
with option B.
Councilor Montero and Councilor McVeigh. Any further comments? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Move right into Resolution 4060. I forgot to ask if anybody wanted to speak up on water rates. Anybody want to speak up on sewer rates? Councilors, do we need any other discussion? May I have a motion?
I move to read Resolution 4060 by title only.
I'll second.
Councilor Binnicker, Council President Morrissey. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer.
Resolution 4060, resolution of the City of Seaside, Oregon, amending sewer service user rates.
Motion to adopt, somebody?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Councilor McVeigh, Council President Morrissey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Zach.
You're welcome. I'm going to hang out just in case you guys need me for the next one.
Oh.
Usually it's pretty straightforward.
Well, I think this one's Kim's.
It is.
You want to do that last?
No, you go right ahead.
Good evening, City Council. Staff is requesting that the City Council conduct a public hearing and proceed with the first reading of the attached ordinance for the downtown maintenance assessment, which assesses the properties, that's what I said, downtown maintenance district, which has contracts, which would be the litter maintenance and the landscape maintenance. There is no increase in the revenues this year, which same as last year, and we actually received no comments at all.
Wow.
Okay. All right, another chance for the public there, all two of you. Any comments about the downtown maintenance district? Okay, close public hearing. Councilors, any questions?
I have a question. I believe that the city parking lot and the surroundings around the convention center do not come under this. Am I correct? What is the maintenance? How do we provide for the maintenance of the city parking lot and the the gardens and the sidewalks surrounding the convention center?
The convention center, any landscaping is charged as an expense of the convention center. So it's paid for out of their budget and would come out of the transit lodging taxes. And with the parking garage, that is paid for out of
parking lot, not the garage.
Parking lot, the parking garage. I can't answer that.
I don't know whether I don't know that there's landscaping over there, is there?
There should be, right in the middle.
Then
Go
we
take a look.
then it's likely part of our city landscaping contract.
And the convention center is under the city landscaping contract as well?
Yes, and they would then pay that out of their budget.
I'll send you some pictures.
Sorry.
Carrie might know.
I have something to tell you if it was okay. We have determined last 3 years, I'm sorry. I was talking to
Reopen
Pam.
public comment.
I was talking to Pam, and we have realized that the last 3 or 4 years, just the only landscaping would be in the middle of the parking lot where that light pole is, and it's overgrown. And she and I joked about how, well, I don't think anyone would get mad if we just went and cleaned it up, but no one is doing anything with that.
It's not only overgrown, it needs repair to the bricks and to the whole siding. It looks terrible. And
Pam said she would love the opportunity to do something to it, so.
well, if it's already under the city contract with Pam, then I think, but I don't think Pam lays bricks. I don't think.
We'll have to review the scope of that, and if
I'll send you some
Yeah,
pictures.
we're,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, back to ordinance 2025-03. Is there a motion?
I move for a first reading of ordinance 2025-03 by title only.
I'll second.
Councilor Binnicker, Councilor Montero. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer?
Ordinance 2025-03, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Seaside, Oregon, pursuant to ORS 223.112-223.132, setting a public hearing extending the term of the assessment district for the economic improvement known as the Downtown Maintenance District, repealing ordinance number 2024-07, and all ordinances in conflict.
I move for a second reading of ordinance 2025-03 by title only.
Second.
Councilor Pasulski, Councilor Binnicker. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer?
Ordinance number 2025-03, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Seaside, Oregon, pursuant to ORS 223.112-223.132, setting a public hearing extending the term of the assessment district for economic improvement known as the Downtown Maintenance District, repealing ordinance number 2024-07, and all ordinances in conflict.
Thank you. That's got to be one of the longest titles we have on anything. Okay, down to comments from city staff and or others. Yes?
Okay, so tomorrow, the Accessible Oregon Coast Film Tour is going to be at the Times Theater. That was the, what was it? It was basically they went around Oregon Coast and identifying businesses, properties, public that would be accessible to all people. And of course, the Moby mats and everything will be highlighted. So they'll be showing 3 short films at the Times tomorrow night, and everyone's invited. That'll go from 6 to 8 p.m. And then otherwise, this weekend on Saturday, we'll have the wine walk going on. And then on Wednesday, flower baskets arrive. We'll be meeting the truck at 6 a.m. at the public parking lot. And they'll all be up probably by 7 a.m. And we'll be delivering some. And I don't know, we'll get yours. But yeah, and that's pretty much it now. And then Point of the Coast is coming to Quatat Park May 31st. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, y'all done? You told us about our sinkhole being fixed. That's good. Okay. Everybody else just looking at me. They're fine. Okay. John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at our open positions. So we're still accepting applications for beach ocean lifeguards, as well as we're trying something different this year where we'll actually be staffing a tower guard. So if someone's not quite ready to be in the ocean, that's a way to actually get somebody kind of in the area and help out with the service provided down there. And I got a note from Chief Daniels that fingers crossed, it looks like we're close to being filled right now, if not filled. We're still open for applications, which will be good to have some backups, but so that's a really good thing. We're still open for summer help within the Public Works Department, and then we have a full-time position in our Operations Department at the Convention Center as well. So, and quick note, this, as we were working through the system issues that we had today, this system's now a little over 5 years old. I don't know what life should be on these things, but we'll continue to work through it, and thanks for your patience. These things are very fun to troubleshoot, and just keep trying to do our best with it.
That's ancient in computer lives. Kim? Okay. Spencer?
I'll keep it quick. Just a reminder to the council, this is our one and only meeting this month. The next meeting would have been scheduled for Memorial Day, and so that's been canceled. Although we did give the option if something more urgent comes up that we could schedule a one-off meeting at another date. Just really quick, while we were talking about this last item, I did pull up the map of the downtown maintenance district, and the Convention Center and parking lot are not within the area of the downtown maintenance district, which is why they do not pay towards that, but they're part of the city facilities contract, or at least the Convention Center is. A couple other things. The LOC reached out looking for North Coast managers who had interest in trails to participate in the Oregon Coast Trail Coordinating Committee. I mentioned to Patty that I'd be happy to participate because I love trails, and so I was waiting to see what happened, and I just got an invite to the meeting. So I guess me and the city manager of, I think, Rockaway Beach are both on there. So it's not too much stress. I think if they meet 4 times a year, but the main thing for my perspective, besides any personal things I'd like to see happen for the city, is trying to, the real goal is to address any gaps in the trail where you can't be on a beach or trail, but you have to follow the roads. And right now, our main one is you have to leave Gearhart at the Gearhart road entrance and follow their streets all the way to 12th Avenue, then cross the bridge there and follow 12th to the beach again. And so where are there opportunities when we update our next update to the transportation systems plan or other projects in the future, we'll be looking to look for opportunities to either provide trail access, set aside property or something like that. The other gap is at the south end of the city, basically between the Cove and Tillamook Head Trail. I don't think there's likely too many options there, and it seems pretty safe for hikers, but that's the other gap. So I'm excited about that. We had our first meeting, and it was good. I enjoyed I thought the LLC conference was really good. The two training that stood out to me was one, it was on code enforcement for small cities on a budget. One of the things that came out of that was that the LOC has partnered with American Legal Publishing to create a model code for cities, for smaller cities. And that's the company we already use for codification. So I've been working with Kim to have set up a meeting to talk to them about that. They've already indicated that it's really intended for cities much smaller than us, and it may be a step backward. So I'm a little disheartened by that, but we'll at least pursue it. But that they can, rather than having just a PDF of our ordinances, they can host an actual website where interactive, where you can expand and collapse our code. And so it'd be much easier for staff, consultants, council to navigate that code. And it's possible if we stop purchasing like bound copies of the code, we could just replace one with the other, but we'll see what those costs are. So the other thing, for those of you who participated, I got a lot out of the session on how to build voter support for your local measures, and where we have the fire levy, and it's possible in the future we may need to consider other levies for other projects. I thought it was all very practical and very valuable feedback from those city managers. That's all I have.
Heidi.
Yes, sir. I would just like to comment on this being Police Week. If you've never been to Washington, D.C. during Police Week, I recommend it highly. It's open to everyone. I've been twice. In November of 2009, four of my colleagues at the Lakewood Police Department were murdered on the same day. And when their names were put up on the wall, our chief of police was under treatment for cancer. So I was tasked to go and represent the department that year. And that was humbling to say the least. So if you've never done it, I suggest you do it. They've got a new museum now. They used to just have the wall, but now they've built a museum where you can actually go and see all kinds of artifacts from the police. Other than that, attended the library board meeting, and we were already discussing revising and reviewing the policies for the board, the library. So the earlier discussion at the work group fits right into what we already have going. That's it.
Good. Jameis?
Oh, I have to edit some of this for time because it's so late. But I'm going to start off with LOC was a fantastic experience with a lot of great things to learn. Most of what I attended had to do with housing, specifically middle income housing, as well as the gray areas of HB 3115, which I guess is kind of housing, houseless housing. At any rate, it was incredibly educational. I got a lot out of it. Had a lot of fun on the Dune tour, which also had the only negative moment, but that was just because I lost an earring. Otherwise, it was great. I mean, if that's the worst that can come out of that trip, that's pretty darn good. I do want to take a moment to recognize that over the last few weeks, I've been dealing with a lot of having to remember when I was a kid. I grew up in Germany, and I had the opportunity to go to Berlin while the wall was still up. I spent time on the east side where people were regularly disappeared, and seeing that coming around in this country right now has been horrifying to me. And I know that a lot of people are dealing with it in their own ways in this community. It may not have hit here yet. God willing, it won't. But I know for those of us who have seen it up close, it's a traumatizing thing. Please talk to your friends and family about it. Deal with the issues that you're dealing with so that we can all keep ahead of whatever traumas we've got dealing with us.
Thank you. Chris?
Real quick, it's interesting to me, or coincidental maybe is a better word, that it's Police Week and Public Works Appreciation Week, because I think about those two groups doing so much for this city and the residents of this city to keep us safe. And just want to say thank you again and emphasize that to all the residents.
David?
The LOC conference was great. I'll piggyback a little on what Seamus talked about. It is always interesting to see the way that other cities in Oregon govern. The dune buggy rides that we had were in a town that had no city property taxes because of the way that was it Measure 5 and Measure 50 were written. They can never add a property tax. And so what they do with is the state revenue sharing and TLT funds, and that's about it. And so it's interesting to see the way that different places have to govern differently based on their local rules. And it sounds like the legislature this time took a little bit of that away from the cities. I don't know that we know the details yet, but they've removed some of the home rule ability that we've had in the state. Also, I have had a little bit of feedback from residents, businesses downtown about the cardboard location. Just worried that it is taking away parking spots, and I told them to keep an eye out. If there's another location that we think it could go that would be better, that we would definitely consider it, that we were in a short time frame and it was easy for us to get that move done, but that we weren't really emotionally attached to it. So if Carrie, if any of your members have a space in a parking lot that doesn't get used because of the way the parking lays out, maybe the Dairy Queen parking lot, there's a corner there or something that we could put cardboard containers in. Something to think about if there's a place downtown because
I'm wondering if the private property thing, if they want it. I'll check around. I can get feedback, but yeah.
This will be the topic of discussion at the SDDA meeting on Thursday.
Okay.
And Spencer will be leading it.
Great, thank you.
Good deal.
Dita.
So I attended the Community Center Commission meeting last week, and they are working on their mission and vision, and so we'll be starting to talk about a few other things as well. I also thought that the conference was really worth the time attending. I went to some of the same sessions. I have to say we probably had one of the best starting speakers. Keynote, thank you. One of the best keynote speakers that I've ever heard, and I took pages of notes. Gave us a lot to think about, a lot to emulate regarding community and doing things together. And the saying from Africa that really has stayed with me, that I've shared with a lot of people already, is when the elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. That one just really resonates. So that's it for now.
Seth.
Yeah, I concur with Tita that 𝗨𝗨𝗱𝗁 was a very great speaker, and he had so many good points. I was going to go through 5 pages of notes, but since it's late,
I know.
do the highlights here. So at League of Oregon Cities, we did learn a lot about communication, how we can communicate better to the public and the residents we serve. One of the big things they said to do was have like a department of corrections, is what they called it, but it would be someone on staff that would basically put out facts. So if there's misinformation online, they would just come in with the facts. They also said have a dedicated webpage for certain topics, such as Pacifica, where people can just go and get the facts, which we do already. So that was great to hear. How to get more people involved in city council meetings. This isn't just an issue we have, it's an issue every city has, and there's a lot of people that show up when there's a big issue, but aside from that, we just really don't get a lot of involvement. So how we can increase that. Raising water and sewer rates, we have a responsibility to keep the city running in the black, and that's really relevant for the decision we made tonight. Who we are representing. One of the things that I kind of took away from that was you're elected to represent the whole and what's in the best interest of the whole city, not just one person or your own ideology. So I really resonated with that. And then pairing revenues with expenses, or the nexus of the services they provide. And I've heard Spencer talk about this a lot, is when you have a revenue, it should be connected to the service that's being provided by it. And then we learned about levy and capital projects and how we get those funded and things like that. So overall, it was a great conference, and I always learned something new.
I'm wondering, because we don't have another meeting for a month, that if you could send, just your recaps that you did for the conference, if you wrote down notes or something like that, share them with me, and I'll put them together and send them out to everybody. I think I can get away with that, not call it a serial meeting.
I think so.
That was one thing that I ran into, is a lot of people aren't really happy with the Ethics Commission. I welcome the Military Order of the Purple Heart, which I didn't know existed. That's why I gave you, I promised, they had these brand new brochures, so I promised I would bring them to all of you. Very small group, and getting smaller because the age out, you know, but they were very focused and very happy to welcome Seaside. Also attended another countywide disaster planning effort that's underway. We did turn in the final strategic plan to get it finalized with our consultant. And as Jeff mentioned, the comprehensive plan draft is out there with the steering committee, and then we'll work on that. My main takeaway, I attended the housing, and we had one for the mayors. It was council and staff relationships and the legislative update, especially HB 3115. But the keynote, you know, really hit me too. And the thing I took away, the best quote I think I've ever heard, you know, MLK said, "I have a dream." And our speaker said, he didn't say, "I have a complaint." I have a dream, okay? Get involved, be a positive part of the solution. Don't just say, "I'm complaining about this," and then walk away. And I think, you know, we're doing that pretty well here. I did testify on HB 3962, which is the most recent TLT legislation that's out there, and I'm happy to discuss it still with anybody that wants to talk about it. One other thing that's coming up, and I didn't have enough of these, but Elder Place, Providence Elder Place is over at 12th and 101, is kind of a unique thing that their only real rural place is here in Seaside. And it provides care and help to people that are on Medicare or need that kind of help from age 55 and up. So obviously we have a lot of our population that's in that. And this is for those that are really struggling with all kinds of things. But it's a very unique thing, and they've been here 10 years. So if you have a chance at anywhere between 1 and 4 o'clock, there will be some special ceremony at 3 p.m. That's on Friday the 16th. My quote tonight is, I think, appropriate to both Public Works and Police. You both provide critical, important services to our city, and we honored both of you tonight. This quote's from Booker T. Washington, who was an early civil rights activist. Those who are happiest are those who do the most for others. So now, y'all can leave. We're going to go into executive session in accordance with ORS 192.660 2E regarding conducting deliberations with persons designated to negotiate real property transactions. Council is taking no action. The meeting is adjourned.